Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Temboski.
Present.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Present. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Trainee.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchison, would you come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee, can I have a motion to approve 4A, 4B, 4C?
Madam Chair, move to approve 4A, 4B, and 4C, the
Please.
minutes of previous meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. May I have a second? Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, those minutes are approved. Mr. Mayor.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No Assembly Chair report. Committee reports. I will start with Ms. Domboski.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Croft.
No committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a meeting of the Public Safety Committee last week, heard a year-end sort of summary by the various departments, and also Mr. Falsey from the Law Department provided a sort of insightful and somewhat perplexing summary of the issues involving Tax District 15, which is the Turnagain Arm area that is right now without police protection since the troopers are pulling back, and along the Seward Highway corridor. It was a very well put together presentation and had more questions than answers, but it was at least a good place to start because it's going to be something this body will have to tackle in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a committee report. However, I do have a potential conflict declaration that I thought might be best to make now as opposed to later in the agenda, with your deference.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Did you?
Okay. So, as you are aware, Madam Chair, I am a shareholder in a company that has a cultivation permit in the cannabis industry. That company has commenced an application for a retail license. This body has determined previously that because of my interest in a cultivation permit, I should not participate in deliberations on cultivation licenses. We have not yet got through the state process. We are therefore not submitted our paperwork for a special land use permit under municipal code. But I note that we have 3, I think, retail license, special land use permit licenses up for consideration later in the agenda, and thought it worthwhile for the body to rule as to whether I should participate in those or not, and if so, to reorder the agenda to put the cultivation licenses at the end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
What, ma'am?
Committee reports.
That's my discussion on that. Committee reports. I'm going to have a Rules Committee meeting I've asked the clerk to set up to deal with both red light issues coming in front of us and the hotel motel attack. So as soon as we get the date and time, we'll make that public now.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. What's your name again?
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the new Transportation Committee will be having its first meeting on January 20th at noon in room 155, and we will be sending out the agenda when we have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
The Community and Economic Development Committee has been very busy, as we shall see in the last 4 items of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee, may I have a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda?
Move to incorporate the agenda, the addendum agenda, and any laid on the table items, ma'am.
May I have a second, please? Agenda item 9F21, AO 2017-13, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality at the regular municipal election on April 4, 2017, an advisory ballot proposition on whether the municipality of Anchorage should continue to supplement the fluoride content of the municipal drinking water supply. Ask unanimous consent to include this on the consent agenda. Seeing no objection, this item is included on the consent agenda. Mr. Trainor, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
And a second, please. May I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Now we'll go, before we approve the consent agenda, and see who would like to pull items off the consent agenda for further discussion. I'll start with you, Mr. Dombrowski.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft.
Madam Chair, 9 Delta 10, 9 Delta 11, and 9 Foxtrot 4.
9D10, 9D11, and 9 Foxtrot 4. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 9 Alpha 3 for reading and presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I'm going to pull item 9E4 and set it for public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
And let's see. I want to make a correction. Let's see. Please, I want to pull item 9D6. What I want to do is I also want to make a correction, item 9D18, item for introduction, but I don't need to pull it. Item 9F18 is Resolution 2017-16, authorizing the use of eminent domain for the construction of Smenard Road. The public hearing listed on the agenda is February 14th, 2017. I would like to direct the clerk's office to change and publicly notice the public hearing date for January 24th, 2017.
Thank you for that, Mr. Trainee, but you are pulling 9D Delta 6, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
No item, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 9A2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
9 Delta 1, 9 Echo 1, and 9 Echo 2.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 1 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Excuse me? Sure, the one he pulled? And which one did he pull? He pulled. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Trainee pulled item 9E4, and the ordinance relative to that will be 9F21. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's vote on the remaining agenda items. Please vote. One more. Mr. Croft. Mr. Croft? Thank you. Thank you. Those items are approved.
Madam Chair, could you just read the items that were pulled again?
Certainly, Mr. Starr. 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9D1, 9D6, 9D10, 9D11, 9E1, 9E2, 9E4, and then 9F4.
Foxtrot 4.
Foxtrot 4, yes. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, did Mr. Trainee also pull 9 Delta 18?
I don't think that he did. I think he referenced it, but
I
didn't
show
pull it.
Foxtrot 18, but
I wrote down both because I heard.
Right, no, he referenced it, but he didn't pull it. But thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Okay, I'd like to make a correction based on the clerk's comment. The ordinance that Mr. Trainee laid on the floor should be 9F21, not 9F20, 9F22, sorry, not 9F21. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The public hearing is February 14th. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We are now at agenda item number 9A1, AR 2017-1, a resolution designating January 16, 2017 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, encouraging volunteerism and recognizing community service projects honoring the legacy of Dr. King. May I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
May I have a second? Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved. Mr. Dunbar is going to read, and I will present.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designated January 16, 2017 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, encouraging volunteerism and recognizing community service projects honoring the legacy of Dr. King. Whereas in 1983, a federal holiday was created marking the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and in 1994, the third Monday in January was designated as a National Day of Service, and is the only federal holiday observed as a National Day of Service, a day on, not a day off. And whereas Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service is a part of United We Serve, the President's National Call to Service initiative, which encourages Americans from all walks of life to work together to provide solutions to our most pressing national problems. And whereas MLK Day of Service is a perfect opportunity for Americans to honor Dr. King's legacy and through volunteerism empower individuals, strengthen communities, bridge barriers, create solutions to social problems, and move us all closer to his vision of a beloved community. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" And each year, Americans across the country answer that question by coming together on this day to serve their neighbors and communities. And whereas participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown nationally, and volunteers from across the country have taken part in various service projects, such as tutoring and mentoring, preparing and delivering meals, building and repairing homes, schools, and senior centers, as well as teaching and reflecting on the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage joins in this celebration of public service by encouraging volunteerism and recognizing community service projects honoring Dr. King's legacy. And whereas in Anchorage on January 16, 2017, the Alaska Bar Association Young Lawyers Section is sponsoring the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service free legal clinic, during which volunteer attorneys will serve hundreds of Anchorage citizens by providing legal assistance and answering civil legal questions free of charge. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that January 16, 2017 is designated as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of January 2017.
Thank you so much, Assembly Chair Elvie Gray Jackson, and to the Assembly members here tonight. You know, this is an annual occasion for us. We appreciate the resolution. My name is Celeste Hodge Groudon. For those that don't know, I am the Executive Director of Shiloh Community Development Incorporated. It's a nonprofit organization that empowers youth, minorities, and the disadvantaged. And so I usually always share a few words, but today I'm going to be nice in the spirit of Dr. King and allow someone else to talk. But before I do, I want to make sure you know about two activities that are taking place during the MLK celebration. One is the big community-wide celebration that is going to be on January the 15th, that's Sunday, at West Anchorage High School at 3 p.m. The other is a day on of service, not a day off, recognizing that just because it's a holiday, and again, in the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King, his legacy of doing for others. And so we invite you to participate in a food drive that we're having on the 16th, which is the actual holiday. And it's going to be at Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church in the gymnasium. food drive for those that are in need, and so we invite you to participate, bringing your items down to the gym, and that is from 10 to 2 on the 16th. So thank you very much.
Good evening. I am Mrs. Rosa Foster. Been coming here for many years, since 1961 in Alaska, and it's such a pleasure to have you guys recognize us, recognize the Martin Luther King Day. And it's just a pleasure, and I want to thank you. I'm from Alaska Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And it's just a pleasure to be here, and thank you again for inviting us.
Hi, my name is Angela Hunter, and I'm here representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Xi Psi Omega Chapter, and we are committed to service to all mankind, locally and nationwide and abroad.
Hello, I'm Greg Holmes of the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Alaska, Masons, and it is a pleasure and an honor for us to be here and receive this resolution from you. And again, we're here to serve the community locally and nationally.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the Assembly. My name is Kevin McGee. I'm the newly elected president of the NAACP Anchorage branch. I'm proud to say that the Anchorage NAACP is here for our entire community, and whenever and wherever and whatever we can do to assist to make our community a better place, that's what we're here for. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tony April, Most Worshipful Grand Lodge of Prince Hall, and I'd like to thank you for, on behalf of the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, for this resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make one comment for my colleagues and everybody else, but on Friday at 11 o'clock, I'll be speaking at the Veterans Administration MLK event at 11 o'clock on behalf of this body. So if anybody wants to show up, you're more than welcome. Thank you. We are now at agenda item 9A2, AR 2017-2, a resolution recognizing and honoring Tony K. Carter for her 28 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be reading and Mr. Steele will be presenting.
Excellent.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Tony K. Carter for her 28 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas for 28 years, Tony has provided customer service to the people of Anchorage, including vulnerable residents who value both her knowledge and her efficiency. Whereas Tony Carter began her service with the municipality of Anchorage in 1988 with the Department of Health and Human Services Maternal and Family Services Program, conducting prenatal and infant development outreach training for new parents. And whereas in 1999, Tony transitioned to the Clinical Services Tuberculosis Prevention Program, where she continued her community outreach services by assisting with the daily distribution of directly observed therapy medication to citizens unable to leave their residence. And whereas during her 17-year tenure as a Clinical Services Office Associate, Tony has provided essential support to the disease prevention program, drawing on her extensive Department of Health institutional knowledge to answer questions for internal and external clients alike. And whereas Tony skillfully managed the tuberculosis records for clinical services, starting with paper and x-ray films and then mastering the transition to electronic health record system. And whereas Tony has provided this tremendous service to the community while also demonstrating her strong commitment to her extended family and friends. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to recognize Tony Carter for her 28 years of service and dedication to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of January, 2017.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Tony.
It's a good-looking family.
We're now at agenda item number 9A3AR 2017-3, a resolution honoring and celebrating Byron Birdsall's contributions to the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Ms. Domboski will be presenting to the family. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and celebrating Byron Birdsall's contributions to the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Whereas Byron Birdsall was born in Buckeye, Arizona on December 18, 1937, and was raised in Herman, California, where his father served as a minister, and whereas Byron graduated from Los Angeles Pacific High School, obtained a history degree from Seattle Pacific College in 1959, and a master's degree in education from Stanford University before teaching for 4 years in Sunnyvale, California.
From the airplane.
And whereas Byron married Lynn Sternberg in 1960, and shortly thereafter they were accepted into a U.S. government program teaching English to African students in Kampala, Uganda for 4 years, where Byron started, it says stared, but it actually means started, painting professionally, selling his paintings for $40 each. And whereas after returning to Seattle with stops in Bombay, Sri Lanka, Macau, Hong Kong, and American Samoa, Byron, Lynn, and their son Joshua moved to Anchorage, Alaska in 1975, where their daughter Courtney was born. And where Byron's lifelong love of Alaska and its natural beauty and the special people who live there began. And whereas following Lynn's passing in 1998, Byron connected with a college sweetheart, Billie Jean Winship. Their marriage in 1999 was the beginning of a 17-year adventure that often left their friends and family wondering, where in the world are Byron and Billie, as they traversed the globe. And whereas for over 40 years, Byron Birdsall's artistic vision of Alaska and Alaskans helped shape not only how others see us, but how we see ourselves, and the beauty of God's creation and the great land that he loved. And whereas Byron passed away on December 4, 2016, 2 weeks before his 79th birthday, leaving behind a loving wife, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, family, and friends, countless admirers, and an artistic legacy that will carry into the next century. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Byron Birdsall is honored and celebrated for his contributions to the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska, and for his unparalleled artistic vision of Alaska and Alaskans that helped shape the great land for over 40 years, passed and approved by this Anchorage Assembly on the 10th day of January 2017.
We would like to thank you very much for the honor that you have done for Byron. Byron loved Alaska, and I think that through his art, he expressed that. Thank you.
Thank you. He would be humbled and honored by this.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Ladies, before you run away, I
was just going to say quickly, I hope you all noticed the perfect Birdsall moon. It's out tonight.
I actually have that moon in a painting that Byron did in my home. And in fact, I just wanted to mention to you, I had some guests over last night. They are relatively new to Alaska, and they specifically asked if we had any Birdsall art that we could show them. And I have two pieces. One is one well-known, McKinley Moonlight. It's ubiquitous in Alaska. The other is an original piece he produced for a company I was working for that my boss didn't buy, so I did. So thank you for his contributions to not just all of Alaska, but personally to my household.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you very much for being here this evening. We are now at agenda item 9D1. Assembly Memorandum 10, 2017, Executive Appointment, Michael B. Chatwick, Internal Auditor. Mr. Starr.
Move to confirm.
Seeing no objection, this AM appointment is confirmed. Mr. Starr.
I was going to speak to any opposition in a positive way, but there isn't any. Mr. Chadwick, could you come down? I think we have a few questions for you. we had early exchanges of an early appointment that spoke to your acting title. And I'd like you to just sort of explain to the body, first off, why you were appointed to acting, and then what you've done to get us to this point. Can you briefly explain that?
Yes. Mr. Starr, through the chair, the code requires that one be a certified internal auditor or a CPA. I was neither. So I was asked to obtain the certified internal auditor designation, which during the last, that request came around November. I signed up to do that. Typically, you are given 4 years to do that. It is a 3 different tests are required to be taken. I completed those tests during the last year. And so I appreciate the patience of the Assembly and of the administration as I completed that certification process. So that was the delay in the appointment.
Yeah. If I could just ask the fellow Assembly members to respond to that.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard. Did you have staff here? Is there somebody in the back?
I think I had one person.
Can you guys come down and let's do a photo, because this is pretty special. Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick, for stepping up to the challenge.
Thank you,
Welcome
Mr.
aboard.
Starr. Don't go away. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My knowledge of code, while extensive, is not encyclopedic. So I was one of the people inquiring, is why in the world have we not yet made Mr. Chadwick the, not interim, but permanent internal auditor, and was educated on that specific piece of code. So a tremendous accomplishment, Mr. Chadwick. I'm very familiar with some of the challenges associated with that sort of testing. So congratulations. Thank you. And more importantly, thank you to you and your team for the excellent work that you do. We really rely on you heavily to help us gain some clarity into areas where perhaps clarity is highly beneficial. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee?
Mike, I appreciate you taking this position. We found when we were trying to hire you, we couldn't because of the block, and you've taken care of that, so thank you very much for coming on board. You've got our full confidence, so thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, I would say condolences, but you know what you're getting into. Many may not realize, but the internal auditor position oftentimes tries to be hijacked politically, and so there's always, and see, they laugh because they know. But what I have found, anytime I've been on audit, I think since I was first appointed to the body, and anytime there's been an audit that have come up, and there have been a couple doozies, I've always found there's never a political discussion with you. It's just the facts, and I appreciate that. I find my interactions between you, myself, and the former auditor, you and Scott, have been fair, thorough, and I find you to be incredibly competent. And I think when we are talking about the internal auditor position, attention to detail cannot be understated. And I think I've found those qualities in you. So I have complete confidence in you, and I have appreciated the work you've done in the past. Sometimes you deliver maybe, let's just say, bad news. And you do it without polish or fanfare. You just give the facts. And I appreciate that. You know, whether we want to hear it or not, I think that's what your job is, and it may be not the easiest job. But I want you to know that I'm sure I'm not the only Assembly member here who appreciates that unfiltered perspective. And as I said, I love the fact that you keep politics out of your office. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Just a couple of words from me. I've known Mike since he's been with the Muni since 2002, and when Peter Askins was internal auditor. And I was impressed with you then, and I've been impressed with you ever since. And I wanted to confirm your appointment, have you appointed and confirm your appointment right away. but you diligently did what was required by code, and we all appreciate that. You are simply fabulous. You do an amazing job, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I want a moment of personal privilege, please.
Certainly.
Thank you. Senator Gardner, it's nice to see you here. Is the other one here yet or still missing? Okay. How long? Okay. Let's continue on. When she gets here, Harriet Drummond, when she gets here, I need a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Trainee, would you like to take a moment of personal privilege right now and see if any board and commission folks who were appointed were still here?
Is there anybody that was appointed to board or commission tonight? Would you come down and identify yourself and what commission you're appointed to? We appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leah McDermott, and I was appointed to the Equal Rights Commission.
Thank you very much for accepting this position.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here?
Mr. Burke, I believe, was one appointed. Yep.
Yes.
In my circle, we call him Cousin Albert.
All right. Cousin Albert, congratulations to you and everybody else who was appointed this evening. We're now at agenda item number 9D6, AM 15-2017, Staples, Inc., to provide office supplies. Mr. Trainee?
Move to approve that, Madam Chair. I would like to make an amendment. I want to amend line 27.
Thank you, Mr.
To add
Kowalski.
2018-2019, subject to appropriation.
Is there a second to Mr. Trainee's amendment?
Second.
Thank you. Any objection to that amendment?
I'm sorry. What I want to do is amend line 27 to add 2018-2019, subject to appropriation. It's the request of administration now. I'm sorry. I know I've got this cold I've been fighting.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ask unanimous consent to approve this memorandum, and I don't see any objections, so this memorandum is approved. We are now at agenda item 9D10, AM 19-2017, Hill Phoenix to furnish an ice rink refrigeration system at the Dempsey Anderson Ice Arena. Mr. Croft.
Actually, Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Croft has a potential conflict to declare, so I'm going to move that on his behalf.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly right. I don't think I do, but I wanted to put on the record my wife's architecture firm, Burkhart Croft Architects, was the architect of record for both this and the 9 Delta 11. It's the same, different projects, but ice rinks, Dempsey Anderson in 10 and Sullivan Arena in 11. They're the design firm, so this particular item having to do with the refrigeration system and changes to it, they're not affected by, I checked with her, they're not financially affected by. It's not a design build where the contractor's money goes through the architecture firm. They solely did the architecture itself. They did help, however, negotiate some of these resolutions. So they participated in them, but they don't financially benefit from them. But with that, I'd ask to be excused from voting on 9 Delta 10.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Bosky.
Madam Chair, while Mr. Croft is commenting that his wife may not have a financial interest, it appears that her firm, especially with the size of the contract, over $1 million, they may have a vested private interest or a perception of a private interest. Mr. Croft, would you concur with that?
Well, I think it's the Assembly's, the way I read it, I'm supposed to disclose and you're supposed to decide, but it is no real financial interest, but because of the size and the public perception, I think it might be a problem, yes.
So, Madam Chair, I know I'm not supposed to give recommendations, but it's my perspective that Mr. Flynn or Mr. Croft may have a private interest. Mr. Flynn usually gets, So I'll just leave that in your decision, but my analysis is the financial interest portion of it, while it may not be direct or applicable, private interest definitely may be.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. And based on Mr. Croft's comments, the chair rules that you should probably not be voting on these two items. Mr. Croft, please excuse yourself for a moment or two. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Okay, there's no one in the queue. Please vote on item 9D10. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 9D11, AM 2017 Alaska Additional Change Order Authority to M Alaska Construction LLC contract for the Sullivan Arena ice rink replacement, seating replacement, and chair improvements. May I have a motion to approve? Thank you. A second. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Weddleton? Thank you. That item is approved. We're now at agenda item 9E1, AIM 1 2017 Internal Audit Report 2016-06 Vendor Contracts Compliance Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Mr. Starr.
Move to postpone acceptance until I can have an audit meeting, and I'd like to move it to February 14th.
Thank you. So this item is going to be accepted, well, moved to be accepted at the February 14th meeting. There was a first and a second. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is moved to February 14th. We are now at agenda item 9E2, AIM 2017 Internal Audit Report 2016-07, Vendor Contracts, Payments, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Mr. Starr.
Move to postpone assembly action until committee review of, we'll move it to the action on February 14th.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Bosky. Seeing no objection, that item is moved to February 14th. We are now at agenda item 9E4, Information Memorandum, AIM 4 2017 transmittal of the Planning and Zoning Commission record and recommendation of denial for rezoning application to amend the zoning map and approve the rezoning of approximately 3.9 acres from R3 to RO. Mr. Trainee.
Move to introduce the ordinance and set for public hearing on February 24th, Madam.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Bosky.
I'm sorry, what date?
February 14th. So I'm sorry. Did I say 24th? Well, sorry.
Thank you for
14th.
Thank you for that correction, Mr. Flynn.
It's a special meeting you don't know anything about yet.
Yes. Okay, seeing no objection, that item is moved to February 14th. We are now at agenda item 9F4, AO 2017-12, a ballot proposition to amend the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt a 2% bed tax dedicated to area-wide public safety and the promotion of tourism. Mr. Croft.
You all move 9F4.
Actually, Madam Chair, before there's a motion, may I ask a moment of
Certainly,
privilege?
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you and I had a chance to speak briefly.
9F4.
I would respectfully request the body not introduce this item at this time for two reasons. The first being that we had a work session last week on a potential sales tax ordinance, a portion of the proceeds of which would be dedicated to public safety, and I think it and the expectation is that will not be on the April ballot. And I think that the community conversation around that would be well served to include this item, which is currently scheduled to be on the April ballot, and therefore perhaps premature. But secondly, received information today from Visit Anchorage, which is of course the body that is most closely associated with our bed tax. Their board has not had a chance to review and make a recommendation on this, and I guess I'll add a third point. It is a charter change, and I tend to ask that the body be very deliberate in our approaches to charter amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, the agency I'm told was conducted in contact with Mr. Chudy, and they know about this. There seems to be a disconnect going on somewhere. You heard the same information I did, and we've set this up for a work session where the industry will be invited to attend it. So I've got no problem with setting this and then having a public hearing.
If three people move to introduce, it's introduced. I just offer my thoughts.
Well, thank you for your thoughts, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I'll move to introduce.
We need a second and a third.
I'm a second, ma'am.
And a third?
Third.
Thank you. Any objection to this introduction of this ordinance for public hearing on the 24th? Mr. Croft?
Yeah, the only reason I pulled it, and I don't mind it moving forward. I don't know how I'm going to vote on it, but want to hear the evidence on. I wanted to just ask a form question, I guess, of Mr. Falsey. So when we do these where we enact a tax and say it only has to be approved by 50% despite the 60% requirement in the charter, can that all be done in one? That is, I guess I expected to see separate, here's this bed tax and here's a charter thing that says it can be done by 50%. Is it permissible to do this all in one package?
Through the chair, the answer to that question is yes, and it has been done that way in the past. When we most recently elevated the bed tax to pay for the Denina Center and Egan Center updates, that was done in a single combined ballot proposition. And it reflects the fact that under the Alaska Constitution, the voters are entitled to change the Constitution with a 50% vote.
Great. That was my only reason for pulling it. Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a sort of process question. So now that it's been introduced, Mr. Flynn, is there anything stopping you or any of us from setting the public hearing date out a little bit farther? Because I do agree with your analysis in terms of the potential special election and a sales tax.
It would simply take a motion of this body to postpone the public hearing to a later date.
Miss the election.
You or I could make that motion right now.
It would take a motion to change the public hearing date on the item that's on the floor.
We missed the election date. If we postpone, we miss election date.
Right.
Right.
Okay. What's that?
All right, shall we move on?
Well, let me just clarify something else then. So we could also have our first public hearing date on the 24th and then potentially
Continue the public
continue
hearing
it
to
if we
another
decide
date.
we didn't want to
And
put it
that
on.
might very well happen.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
Great, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Okay, moving on.
Madam Chair, it appears we're at the conclusion of our consent agenda. I was wondering if Mr. Theus is here, we might waive the rules and allow him to make his appearance request.
Change the order of the day and deal with appearance
Waiving
requests?
the rule.
Well, first, we need to change the order of the day.
No, he's next. Is Mr. Theus present, I guess?
You're right, Mr. Flynn, that item is next. Is he? Are you present, Mr. Thies? Thies? No, he isn't. Okay, great. Okay. No, we can't continue with anything else, but I have a special presentation that I would like to make. Mr. Starr, I have a presentation that I would like to make, and it involves you. No, it involves you, Mr. Starr. Yeah. Mr. Starr, I'd like to read this letter. Dear Bill, the subject is your 10-year anniversary with the municipality of Anchorage. Congratulations on completing 10 years of public service effective January 9, 2017. Your service as an Assembly member has been exemplary. The entire Assembly and I appreciate your contributions to make Anchorage the best place in the country to live, work, and play. During your tenure, you served in various leadership capacities, including Chair of the Budget Finance Committee, Chair of the Audit Committee, as well as a member of many Assembly committees. You have also been the Assembly liaison to several community organizations. Your dedication to your constituents within the Eagle River, Chugach, Jay Bear District has been observed and appreciated by all of us. Thank you for your service to the municipality of Anchorage. There is also a letter from the mayor congratulating you on your 10-year anniversary. Plus, we have a pin. It's not worth that much, but...
I'm almost speechless, which is odd for me, and I was caught unaware, even though I study my packet and typically. So well done, and I appreciate it. I was talking to folks because I do have to leave the body here in April on what that means to me, and so this is moving that it comes from my peer group, so that's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Starr. Can I have a motion to have a recess for 20 minutes?
Move for recess for 20 minutes.
And a second, please. We're recessed for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, folks. I'd like to call back to order the January 10th Assembly meeting. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, a moment of personal privilege, please, if I may.
Certainly, Mr. Trainee.
Representative Drummond, Senator Gardner, do you want to come? She what? She left?
She has another obligation.
Okay. Then we'll turn time over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Gray Jackson, would you come and join me down here, please?
They have a arrest warrant for you. Thank you. I got rid of you finally.
I miss you guys. You're here. But you're not here for much longer, and that's why I'm here. I realized a few days ago that I'm going to be in Juneau starting Thursday, and Elvie will be off the Assembly before I return from Juneau in the spring. And I have a legislative citation to present to Ms. Elvie Gray Jackson, and I would like to read it to you folks. The 29th Alaska State Legislature joins with friends, family, and neighbors in honoring the many accomplishments of Elvie Gray Jackson. Elvie came to Alaska in 1982, moving from New Jersey with her young son, Ramon. As a single parent, she experienced the challenges of life in a new city, along with the excitement of adventure in Anchorage. She quickly became involved in the many civic and community service organizations that she supports today. These organizations include 4A's, Identity Inc., the Arc of Anchorage, Standing Together Against Rape, Abused Women's Aid in Crisis, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and Boys and Girls Club of Alaska, to name a few. In 1983, Elvie began her career in public service working with the municipality of Anchorage's Public Transit Department, and in 1988 with the Anchorage Assembly as the administrative assistant for the newly established Office of the Assembly Budget Analyst. With hard work, Elvie was promoted to Senior Budget Analyst in 1992, and in 2001, she was promoted to Director of the Budget and Legislative Services Office for the Anchorage Assembly. During her career, she has worked with 42 Assembly members, probably more by now, and 5 mayors in cooperation with diverse parties. Her ability to listen and assist constituents from all 6 Assembly districts is among her most appreciated contribution to the community. Elvie's education background includes the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York City and a degree from the University of Alaska Anchorage. She's been a member of the National League of Cities Leadership Training Program since 1999 and received the highest level of achievement in the program, the Diamond level, in 2010. NLC is a national advocacy organization for local governments. She currently serves as a member of the NLC Board of Directors and is a member of the board's Finance and Investment Advisory Committees. Elvie was recently honored as a YWCA Woman of Achievement for demonstrating leadership and excellence in her professional and personal endeavors, as well as her contribution to the larger community. Elvie was elected to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in 2008, honoring the position with her ceaseless commitment to enhancing the quality of life in Anchorage. She's serving her 3rd term representing Midtown Anchorage on the Assembly. All right, we got to present this. Oh, nice. Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. I miss you guys, and it's a little bit crazy preparing to move from what I call Missouri to Georgia to do my job for 90 days. But I'll be thinking of you, and I look forward to seeing you when you get down there to lobby us. I know you're not going to be asking for much this year, but I will do the best I can to give you what you can get.
Thank you, Harriet, for
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Happy New Year.
Have a nice New Year.
I just want to say thank you very much for that surprise. I thought I was going to wait until April 18th before I started crying and boo-hooing, but oh well, thank you very much. I'm truly honored.
You want to take a minute?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. We are now at agenda item 12A. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Parent request, Mr. Lou Thies. I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong. and I'm sorry, regarding waiver of permitting fees to attach a mobile office building to the Girdwood Health Clinic. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Linda Mankoff. She's the Affordable Care Navigator for the Tourniquet Arm. And this is Kathy Troutner. She's a volunteer board member of the clinic. And last June, the Assembly unanimously passed AO 21670, allowing the Girdwood Health Clinic to attach a small mobile unit to its facility for HRSA-mandated expansion and HIPAA compliance. This ordinance also waived fees and lengthened the time the unit can remain on site. The volunteer board of directors that runs the clinic would like to thank the Assembly for your confidence in us and for helping us keep this critical health care link on the Tourniquet Arm functioning for all the residents and visitors. The Assembly recognized the genuine need, acted fast and incisively. Thank you, John Weddleton, for listening and expressing a solution by drafting this ordinance, and thank you to the Planning and Zoning for guiding us through the incredible maze that we discovered. The unit actually looks better than the amalgamation of old trailers that's there. They're 50 years old. And so thanks to you, we have compliance with patient privacy, and we have the space to be a great clinic in the future. So I appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I just want to briefly thank them for being on the board and staff of that clinic. It's really amazing, and I'm learning more and more about Girdwood. It's a remarkable community, and that they can put together their own community clinic is just one example of what kind of community that is. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Steele?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that I have used the clinic. I had young kids that were skiers learning to ski, and so we did have to go to the clinic at one point. So thank you, Girdwood.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, I've got an item, but I'll wait till the end of the public hearing on item 13A to make it.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We're now at agenda item 13A. Continue public hearing, AO 2016-155, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly enacting a new chapter 23-115 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to add a procedure for review and consideration of historic properties' values and possible preservation when an owner applies for demolition and other permits. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Please come to the podium and state your name, spell your last. Hi.
Kind of spur of the minute. I'm Diana Nelson, and I've lived here just about all my life. And my parents are pioneers of Alaska, so we're very attached to these historic buildings and artifacts that we do have. And Alaska doesn't have many, because our history just doesn't go back that far. And one of those that really comes to mind is the Fourth Avenue Theater. I may have already been resolved, but that is an absolute artistic treasure to our community. And I would certainly hope that anybody that is a member of our community would think seriously about preserving our history for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Before I close the public hearing, Mr. Trainee?
Thank you. Madam Chair, it's brought to my attention that the AM listed in item 13A3 is incorrectly numbered AM1-2017. Since item 13A is being postponed, I would like to direct Clerk's Office to change the AM number at 13.3A, 13.A3 to a new number, which I understand will be AM51-2017.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Before I close the public hearing, I'd like to ask the administration.
Need a second on that.
Right. Can we have a second first? Thank you. Thank you. And before I close the public hearing, or from the administration, would you like for me to close it or continue it?
We don't have a preference, Madam Chair. I think probably extending would probably be the best option at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Move to continue the public hearing.
Second.
To the meeting of?
Whichever date you'd like.
April 8th or April 25th.
April 26th?
Okay.
25th.
25th. And we had a second?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Starr?
Well, that'll be after a significant change in the makeup of this body. and I'm not certain that there's justification to push it out that far, partly because the body that's currently heard the testimony up to date, a significant number of us won't be able to weigh in on that conversation, so you'd almost need to start over. Always we have opportunities to educate ourselves when we take our seats, but this one I think is awfully cumbersome to deal with. So I kind of oppose that lengthy extension. I've also liked some more information that everybody that wanted to be heard was heard. So is there a strategy from the administration that perhaps needs to be talked about?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd be fine with April 11th as an alternative to avoid the situation that Mr. Starr refers to. It's a good point. We don't have, again, the only reason I would think that extending the public hearing might be marginally more preferential would be in case there are amendments or S versions that are brought forward for further consideration, and there might be additional comment on those.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of press the administration a little bit more. We amend things pretty heavily and do work sessions fairly quickly on this body. I mean, we've done major pieces of legislation in a month. What's wrong with extending it to March 7th, for example? Is there some kind of is there something going on that you're at liberty to discuss that requires us to push it all the way out to April?
There's certainly no specific events that are underway. It's just time for both the administration and the Assembly to continue to deliberate. We will happily comply with any schedule the Assembly comes up with. We don't see urgency that would require action before April, but if the Assembly feels differently, we will actively work with you on an earlier time frame if that's desired.
Madam Chair, do we have to? There was a prior motion to push it out. Is that right? We have to defeat that first.
The first motion was to April 25th, I believe, and then.
Can I offer a substitute, or do we have to vote on that one first?
No. If you want to change the date, it'll be a secondary motion, so you can go ahead and make the motion, and that's the one we'll deal with first.
Just in the interest of expediency, I'd like to get this resolved sooner rather than later. So I would suggest either February 28th or March 7th. Let's go with March 7th. So I move to extend it to March 7th.
To continue the public hearing to March 7th. Is
March
there a
7th.
second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. That's what's on the floor. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And with your permission, I'm going to drift a little bit into the substance of the legislation in discussing the motion. The flaw in this ordinance is it's, as stated by the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, it's all carrot, no stick, or all stick, no carrot, rather. And if we're going to have, and it actually discourages historic preservation because any property owner who is in possession of a property that could qualify for the historic register would be crazy to register it given the restrictions that this imposes without any commensurate benefit. And so if we're going to come up with an alternative approach, I recognize that we require a change to state law, but it should have that carrot stick construct. It should have a benefit commensurate with the penalty one pays for registering their property. And I struggle with the idea of extending this at all. I think it probably should be postponed indefinitely, and we should come back with a better answer, whether it occurs during my tenure on this body or sometime thereafter. So, sorry, Mr. Dunbar, I'm going to make one more motion. I'm going to move to postpone this one indefinitely, and let's get this right the first time as opposed to skipping around.
Okay, so we have, we had a secondary motion, and I'm not going to call this a third because, whatever. Let me just start here. Mr. Dunbar, would you like to withdraw your motion or no?
No, Madam Chair, because
Okay.
we've sort of drifted into the substance a little bit. I actually do think this is a decent measure, and I'd like us to hammer it out, and I think we could probably do it by March 7th. We could develop something that, even if it required, to speak to Mr. Flynn's point, even if it required to change the state law, we just passed an ordinance that Mr. Flynn authored that set up a system contingent on the state law changing. So we could theoretically do something like that in this case as well. So,
Right.
no, I don't withdraw my motion.
Okay, fine. The first motion that we have before us is Mr. Flynn's motion, and his motion is to postpone indefinitely, correct? Mr. Trainee?
No, I'm just going to go along with Mr. Flynn on this. It should be postponed indefinitely.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. The motion is to postpone AO 2016-155, and we have an S version indefinitely. Please vote. Ooh, that motion was approved, 7-4. So this item is postponed indefinitely. We are now at agenda item 14A, AO 2016-141. An ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of Anchorage the question of issuing general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage not to exceed $58.45 million to pay the cost of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Come forward, Superintendent. We're more than happy to hear you.
Please state your name
Welcome
and
to
spell
me.
your last.
Madam Chair, Assembly, my name is Dina Paramo, P as in Paul, A-R-A-M-O. Sorry, my voice is a little scratchy tonight. Not trying to be spooky or anything, but I'm here before you to speak on and ask for your support on the bond that we would like to place forward for the Anchorage School District. In review of that bond, I want to share some other items for which our board has made progress. One item is I came before you in August, immediately within the month after the governor vetoed the bond debt reimbursement by 25%, the reimbursement. And at that time, we used our debt service account to place $4 million to pay off that $10.8 million. Last evening, our board committed to paying the additional $7 million out of the district savings account or fund balance. So our previous debt will be paid in full this year by savings for which the district has acquired over many years. And they've done this for an understanding that we are going and asking for the voters to assist us in moving forward the assistance, if you will, on a bond this year. Last year, as you know, a bond did not pass. There isn't much taste in anyone's mouth, if you will, to have another bond, but I'm asking you today to allow us to convince the voters that the projects that are on that ballot are valid. There isn't anything shiny and new. You will find roof repair in 8 schools for which we have evidence of leaky roofs and actually water going into the school. There is improvements at West High Romig due to the earthquake damage that occurred last January, and there are HVAC systems placed. So it's nothing new and shiny. We're not asking for a new building or even building renovation. We're asking to hold steady on the $2 billion worth of assets for which the city owns that schools operate. And this amount will have us fall under the amount for which taxpayers are paying currently. With the bonds, the debt that is actually retired from last year and this year, if passed, the $58.5 million, we do not look to see any increase in taxes to our taxpayers, nor do we want any, and therefore that's why the board put forth the $10.8 million from their savings to pay back the past bond debt that was vetoed. If you have any questions, I have folks here that can provide detail, but if you're still not sure that this is good, in finishing up, I just ask you to allow us the opportunity to convince our voters, your constituents, that this is a valuable bond to be passed.
Thank you. We have several members in the queue. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Superintendent, for your actions and the board's actions on covering that amount of money. That's a lot of money. And I know what your fund balance is, so I appreciate you taking that money out to cover this. And as we go forward with this, I intend to approve this tonight. At least my vote will.
Thank you.
We're going to have to let the public know they're going to pay 100% of this bond. And the voters have to understand it's no longer the state participating. They're not. It's our responsibility. So thank you very much, Superintendent. I intend to support you on this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Don't sit down yet. We have 3 more folks.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Parmo, and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I had an offline conversation with Tom and the others, and I think it's helpful to reiterate for the voters how much bond debt's being retired, and there wasn't a bond approved last year. So just to remind people, you didn't get a big bond last year, how much you're retiring, and we're bonding for, asking the voters to bond for about 58. So as you said, property taxes aren't going to go up because of this. It's basically a status quo, but can you just quickly recap those numbers for us?
Certainly, I would ask for assistance on the detail on the numbers, but the math that we've done looks at for $100,000 of assessed value, I believe taxes would decrease by 12 cents if passed, if this current bond passes. But I'll allow our Chief Business Officer, Mr. Tom Roth, to answer the detail.
Thank you, Superintendent. Through the chair to Member Dembowski. In the last 2 years, the district has retired about $115 million in debt. And this year, with the $58 million, as the superintendent has indicated, the net effect on a home of, it's $100,000 assessed value. It's about minus 12 cents if you were to compare against that debt retirement impact.
Okay.
If that answers the question.
I think for the residents that are watching at home and in the audience, they always want to know how much we're retiring, how much we're spending, how is it going to affect my property taxes. So I appreciate the commentary. Thank you.
May I follow up? Additionally, when you look at the 115 and you say, well, if you're retiring that and you're putting forward 58, our board was determined to ensure that it comes under the amount for which taxpayers are responsible. The other amount was reimbursed by the state. But as Member Cheney mentioned, future bonds are 100% responsibility of local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dembowski. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great job. Pretty impressive in terms of stepping up to do what I think is the right thing for the voters and also the right thing for the schools. These are significant items. Roof repairs. Last time I was in West Romig, part of the library was roped off just because of the damage that was done and the unsafe conditions. This is responsible. There's no net increase in what folks are paying for bonds. These are our schools, our kids, and I'll be with you on the road if you want to help sell it before the April election. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Starr?
Thanks for coming down. The amount of bonding authority that's been approved and not issued yet, do you know that number?
I can get it from right away.
Hi, I'm Jim Farrington. I'm the treasurer for the school district. Right now, currently, bond that's approved through the voters but unissued is $26.152 million.
Okay. Yeah, and that's not a bad number. It's oftentimes been higher than that, and as you issue bonds, of course, then the taxes get levied against that as the bonds sell. And either of you can respond. Have you had the conversation about the language that's in the bonding application that says it's not limited to these projects? And do you know what that means?
Through the chair to Member Starr, we had this conversation, I believe, is about a year ago, last November, with bond counsel on modifications to that language. It was Member Flynn and Member Dembowski who had conversations, and I believe there were proposals that were moved forward. I don't think that this body acted on any final modifications to that existing language.
Yeah, and bond council conversations, because I've had them too and had written opinions about that, and their reasoning is that, you know, the voters are generally described the intent to spend the money and all of that, and that's great. What I have challenges with, and when you look at the project list as a contractor myself, you oftentimes get the roof bids come in, you get your engineer's estimates, and it's $1.8 million, which then, well, it's better to put the contingency in there, so then it becomes $2.1 million, and then, well, we're not sure of the market, $2.3 million. That's what you're referencing for a standard bond justification. And so it's 2.3 million. Well, my challenge is when it comes in at 1.8 million, or if you're motivated to put 1.8 million in there, it seems the motivation has shifted. Let's get that roof in there under budget because we've got a whole bunch of other stuff on our project list. And that's where I think you lose the disconnect to the voters, in my opinion. It would be helpful to try it one time and say, look, we would like to take out the not limited to. This is what we really want to do, and this is what we really will do. Give us that confidence. Because afterwards, or in years where you don't get bonding, then the whole argument starts again, but the public's not there, or they didn't get what they wanted, the stadium seats at Eagle River High School, or this or that, but all of a sudden Diamond gets new lights. And from my perspective, it's not as clear in the intent of the voter to know exactly what they're voting on, because, well, they never really spend the money there anyhow. That's what I sometimes hear. So it would be helpful to have finite bids. You've got a decreasing construction market up here. We're getting far more value for the money. You know, it'd be nice to motivate. It'd be nice to say, yeah, you're authorized for $58 million, but we're coming in under budget. That's our pledge to you. We're only going to spend $53 million and take the rest off. Bond counsel says yes. The voters were told, even in this bonding language, it says this is what we're going to do. And it's those 4 words in there say not limited to, that allow that extra project to bubble up almost without public input. It's left up to you to say, hey, bonding money's there, or the school board. It never comes back to us. It never says what we think is the important item on that list that gets the funding next. So it's a beef, and it always has been on mine. It's just hard to describe to the voter. And sometimes the language in previous bonding languages has been even more arbitrary. And at least you're getting pretty finite on the projects and the supporting list. So it'd be helpful to have that return back and say we're authorized for $58 million, but we're not going to spend it if we don't have to. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Croft?
On that point, do you have the same bond language in your bond as we put in ours in terms of moving between projects?
Presently, yes.
Yeah. And that's always been my opinion, coming from the school board to here, is that when the assembly decides it wants to restrict itself in that way, then I think we have a much better argument for telling the school district that they need to. And so we'll see what we do with our bonds here. My main question before that one, though, is by policy, the school district has a cap on how much it can bond. If the voters pass this, where will we be on that cap as a percentage of assessed valuation?
I just looked at it today. I believe it would be $120 million, which is the 2%, and we're well under that. What?
If I might, just for clarification through the chair, are we referencing the amount of debt against the assessed property holdings of the city?
Understood. The school district had set itself a cap on how much it can bond as a percentage of assessed valuation.
I know the exact figure you're looking for, and I'll see if Mr. Nero has that number. If not, we'll get back to you. But the district will remain considerably below that percentage that has been approved by the school board in terms of that percentage against the assessed property value in the municipality.
That answer is fine. I would like the number at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath. I support this bond, and I'm sure that a lot of work's gone into the research to develop the bond. But years ago, I spoke about another bond, and some young Assemblyman Begich and myself kind of had a conversation back and forth, and he says, wouldn't it be great if we had a sinking fund so that we wouldn't have to have bond issues? And I know that that's not going to happen tonight or tomorrow, but it's something that I think we should all think about for the future, because bonds cost a tremendous amount of money, all the way from the finance office and all of the work that has to be done because of that, and borrowing the money. Where if we just had a sinking fund, we've got HVAC systems and roofs, 25-year items. We know they're going to last 25 years when we install them. So when we build a new building, let's start a sinking fund so that we have the money to repair it. when it needs to be repaired. And also, at the Spenard Community Council last year, when people were running for office, Mr. Croft talked about 3 schools that probably should be closed in Anchorage. There would be Greening Middle School, Central Middle School, and Inlet View. And since he's been elected, I really haven't heard anything about where are we in closing down unneeded buildings. And I'm certainly hoping that none of this bond money is going into repairing those buildings, which we probably shouldn't known in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come to the podium. State your name and spell your last.
My name is Jennifer Fink, F-I-N-K. I'm here this evening. I am the PTSA president from West High. And West High asks that you allow this bond, which covers costs for safety improvements throughout facilities in ASD, to be on April's ballot. The state of Alaska has required ASD to fund projects such as this through the bonding process, and at this time, there is no other way to pay for them. The projects on this bond were deemed by ASD as the most important safety and structural repairs district-wide. ASD also reduced the amount of the proposed bond by taking approximately $9 million in fire sprinkler systems and 88 projects out of the package and is paying for them directly out of their budget. It does not make sense to allow ASD's physical assets to fall into greater disrepair and create potentially hazardous conditions. We feel once the voters are made aware of the unsafe conditions in our schools and the economic efficiencies taken by ASD to solve the problems, voters will support this bond. And one thing I just wanted to mention, with the West Romeg IMC library, right now, if there is an earthquake, people in that room are instructed to get the heck out, not duck and cover, but get out of the building. So this isn't just fixing a small problem. It is something that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne LaFrance, L-A-F-R-A-N-C-E, and I am the secretary of the Rabbit Creek Elementary School PTA. I'm here tonight to present Rabbit Creek PTA's resolution to ask you to approve the Anchorage School District's 2017 bond package and to allow it to go to the ballot in April. I understand there may be concern that municipality of Anchorage bonds may be negatively affected if there's also a school bond on the ballot, and that then neither would pass. However, given the ASD bonds being repaid in 2015 and 2016, as noted, this new bond will be a virtual swap in terms of property tax impact. Voters recognizing this should approve this new bond package. This bond will allow badly needed repairs to our schools in an efficient and cost-effective manner. If we put these repairs off, they will be more difficult and costly later as the damage increases. Earthquake damage to the West and Robank Library needs to be reconstructed for safety, and roofs at several schools need to be replaced. Air quality and temperature regulation are inadequate at even more buildings and could lead to costly burst pipes in cold weather. This bond ensures the safety and security of our students. We live in an active seismic area, and our schools need to be safe. This bond package safeguards against the potential for injuries and fatalities and has virtually no impact on property taxes. Please let the voters decide if they want to bond or not. As PTA members, community members, and parents, we will work to show Anchorage voters that it's important for our students' safety and for economic efficiency that they support this bond in the election in April. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have copies of the resolution. Thank
you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Good evening, Chair and Assembly members. My name is Star Marsett, M-A-R-S-E-T-T, and I serve on the Anchorage School District Board. And I just want to thank you, hopefully, for your support in our endeavor with this bond, and we'll certainly take you up on helping us get that passed if we get on the ballot. The other thing that I wanted to mention, that there were several other things on our bond, and what we decided to do was we actually took money from our reserve and created a capital fund, so that some of those projects, such as our ADA requirements, our painting, carpet, that sort of thing, we now have a fund that we're going to be using to do some of those things. So we have been responsible in being able to have that, I guess, a capital budget or a capital fund that we can take some of these things out of and not have to burden the taxpayers with some of our upkeep of our buildings. So we have been responsible in that endeavor in trying to keep our bonds lower. And I certainly am thankful for the work that we've been doing with the Assembly on some joint endeavors, and hope that we can continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Star, thank you very much for your efforts in this, and I appreciate the board coming together to cover the bonds. Thank you very much. It makes it a lot easier for us to approve these going to the public. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, we definitely felt, we're all taxpayers and we need to be responsible, and it was the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joelle Hall. I'm the volunteer chair of School Bonds Yes. I hope you'll pass this today and allow us and the other volunteers on School Bond Yes who raised money to help educate the electorate about the needs of this bond. I hope that you will pass it so that we can go to work, and then I will be calling all of you so that you can help us win with the voters. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Croft?
Oh, no, just when public testimony is over, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Croft?
I just...
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Croft?
No, that's what we should have done. Would like the district to just answer the question Mr. McGrath put forward. That is, as of at least last year, there was about right capacity in the elementary schools, some excess capacity in junior high system, and a fair amount of excess capacity in the high school system. And Central, Greening were up for major renewals. I don't see them on this list, but what are we doing about that excess capacity?
Through the chair to Member Croft, my name is Dina Paramo, Superintendent of the School District. And following the capacity study, which I believe you assisted in commissioning, we've made some decisions this year. There are some boundaries. We've had a school with 127% capacity and another school at almost 70 or 68. We are doing boundary changes in those two schools, actually on the military base, and we've worked with the command there, and the board will be voting on those. We also looked at the impact. We're moving additional programs into schools where there's capacity to serve students in their neighborhoods. You may have heard about that, about site-based behavioral schools and services. But additionally, we did a study on the impact on the resources available for the revenue at the state level in regard to the availability. So if you have a single school site, that's a revenue generator for your ADM. So if you remove students and put them in other schools, it would actually impact greatly, close to $2 million to close a school, the impact on other schools. So not only would you create that single site of a funding unit, but then those students would be counted in that school at a lesser amount depending on the size. One thing that our state funding formula does, which is called the base student allocation, the metric, is that it values small schools, which we know has been in the news. That's why the legislature is dealing with that. Not only small schools of 15, 20 kids, but actually small schools or any school of 450 to 750. So certainly as a city, I don't think it behooves us to provide an education to our students and stack them if the amount of funds wouldn't, it would actually be we would go into the red in some of those places to educate those kids. You would still need the same amount of teachers, but you wouldn't be paid for the school infrastructure to have it. So we did the math on some of those, and we took action on one school on the base that we're adjusting. And then we're looking at King Career Center to be a funding source itself. It presently isn't. And moving into FY19, we look at that to be a separate school site so that the funds, and that will actually generate over $1 million. So we've taken a look at it, but the balance in the revenue that comes into the expenditure, we came out in the red every time, except for in a couple of places that they're not counted as single sites already, which are King Career Center and Iliamna.
Consolidating schools saves us in capital but costs us in operating.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And that begs the question, what do you do with an aging Central and Greening? And it's not on this, so we've delayed another year in making that determination. I mean,
we have, through the chair, we're continuing to assist with the small plugs in this capital account that we have for the necessary needs of the schools presently. I believe Central School, what we want to do is build capacity in schools and programs to bring kids back into the Anchorage School District. There are over 1,000 students that choose not to come to us. And so my plan is to build schools. If there's education dollars going to be spent, we want them spent with us. And our revenue depends on students choosing us. And I want to create the kind of schools that kids are going to come to. So the provision of allowing for a few years to build that capacity in schools and turning Central into a school that people are going to want to go to because it's going to be one of the best is our plan.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mr. Croft. Thank you very much. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14B, AO 2016-159, an ordinance proposing a tax revenue diversification measure to amend the Anchorage Municipal Charter, Article 14. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Please come to the podium and state your name and spell your last.
I thought maybe that issue had been bypassed. It's such an unpopular issue. As I mentioned earlier, Diana Nelson. I've lived in Anchorage most of my life and met most of the mayors over the years. And every time this issue of a sales tax comes up, well, it's a very unpopular issue because most people in general, I'm sorry to say, distrust government, whether it's city, state, or federal. And they always feel that somehow their tax dollars are not being used effectively or efficiently. And so, you know, I can see because of Alaska's current economic state and Anchorage, which we are being affected greatly by it, that a sales tax could possibly pass. But first of all, you have to have voters that feel comfortable with the issue. And what's been lacking...
Ma'am, could you please speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Anyway, what seems to be lacking in the past is enough information about the sales tax. And I proposed to several mayors over the years, I said, you know, if you want a sales tax, be clear to the public. Let them know just exactly, of course, how much it's going to be, and specifically what it's going to be on. And then also, be careful to let the public know how their tax dollars are being spent. If the federal government gives you a pie chart, why can't Anchorage give you a pie chart? And very clearly let the public know where their tax dollars are being spent. And lastly, I think is just key, because quite a few cities in Alaska have enacted sales taxes, and you know, usually small cities, but you need to tell the voters, because their primary fear is if they approve a sales tax, then it'll just be raised. It'll just go. Pretty soon it'll be 10%. So in the process of putting on the ballot, I think you should include something that says, this tax will not be raised without voter referendum, period. So that it assures the public that they won't suddenly being taxed at 4% and all of a sudden it'll become 10%, which it has happened. So anyway, those are just some ideas that I've shared with mayors in the past, and I just had a little time, so I thought I'd come and share it. Thank
you very much.
Bye.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Don Smith, S-M-I-T-H. Yeah, I feel like, in certain cases I'm okay with taxes, but in this case, another time that the people of Anchorage has to pay the price. We always pay the price. How many city employees have we laid off or kept giving raises this year? City employees are the only ones safe in this state. Every time there's some kind of money problem, they come out here to us, the working people, and we take the blunt of it. I want to know what layoffs we've had in this city. I want to know how many more raises you're intended on giving all these city employees when there's people out here in Anchorage that are losing their jobs, and the ones that are left out here working, you're trying to put more on them. But yet, if you work for the city, you're getting raises. You got the best medical in the state. I worked my first political campaign when I was in the 4th grade in this state for Mr. Bill Egan. And my father told me I've worked every election for some person, from walking the streets with signs to raising money for them or holding meetings so people could understand a little bit about them. But my father told me, son, these people, when they're elected by the people. We vote for them, and they serve us. But the day they become a politician, they no longer work for the people. And that's something I think every person elected in office of any level should ask themselves at the nighttime they look in the mirror. There are so many people that start off with good intentions for this community. Then they fall themselves into the mess of being a politician. And you no longer serve us. We pay and we pay and we pay. This snow problem we've got. I had a car end up in my front yard. My family's been here since the early 50s. And we've had very little snow, and we can't even, you're hollering out, we don't have money for it. I suggest you find it, or we'll get us another mayor and anybody else that don't work on this. The people of Anchorage that have lived here, that's worked hard, that have built this, my dad built this building. And we're getting tired of hearing we don't have no money. If we can't keep our streets safe for our kids, but we can flood these lakes out here, 3 trucks every day on Baxter Lake, scraping it and flooding it for ice breaks. You tell me that's incompetent. It is.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
All I ask is do your job.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Leva, A-L-L-E-V-A, and my first concern is about the clock. You got to watch the clock, and Madam Chair, you're a wonderful person, but when someone's in the emotional throes, they're not looking at the yellow light to sum up, and it's a terrible slap in the face to someone who's been here the first time to cut them off because they don't realize their time is up. So if you could increase the sign of that clock, let public participants know that their time's running out to sum up, I think it would be very helpful and very courteous to the speakers.
Thank you.
Start the clock. No. On the sales tax, we realize the state is looking for other sources of revenue, so you might want to jump into this game quickly and before the state slaps on a sales tax and it only gets bigger. My concern for an alternate to real estate tax is, of course, those rascal nonprofits. And recently, Charles Wolford exposed Providence Hospital in their overcharging
of consumers here in Anchorage, if not the state. But their profit was so substantial to go without taxing it. These aren't the healing hands of Jesus outspread. They're stuck out, pulling in and raping this community. So if you're going to look for another source of tax revenue, I'd really look at the nonprofits who are getting away with theft from not paying their fair share of real estate taxes. So before you go ahead with this and make it more palatable to the public as far as the sales tax and beat the state, I think you should hold not only hospitals, churches, other nonprofits, including things like Bishop Attic, took in $11 million and nothing. And they don't even put the money back into Fairview where they took it out of. This is disgraceful. And I think there should be more transparency in some of the salaries of nonprofits that, hey, they're walking away with the money and they could be paying fair real estate taxes and alleviate the tax burden that we're going to have along with the sales tax. And in summation, I was here for the historical ordinance, but unfortunately, you didn't extend the last meeting quite long enough. We'll see you at the end of this one.
Perfect.
Am I getting good or what?
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
My name is Donald Hennessy, and I've been here 65 years, so I'm kind of familiar with the state, or at least Anchorage. And I've always opposed the sales tax. I think I pay property taxes, and I think that is enough. And I don't know anybody that doesn't pay property tax, whether you stay in a hotel, you run a business. Nobody deducts the property tax before they charge for whatever service they supply. So I think that property taxes, and I'm willing to pay a little bit more in property tax too. I don't have a problem there. And even a state income tax and even a school tax that we used to pay of $10 is fine with me. But I don't want a sales tax in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, E-E. I'm the second. If this goes before the voters, I'm not even a prophet or a fortune teller, but if this goes before the voters, they're going to vote it down. We don't want both. We've seen what happened in other cities. I'm from a city called Louisville, Kentucky, originally. They have a sales tax that keeps going up. They have a property tax that keeps going up, and they tax everything else. We don't want it. And this, if it gets to the voting, this is going to be knocked down. We want either or. In other words, a property tax or a sales tax. I prefer a sales tax because then it spreads out for everybody, not just the people that own property in the Muni. It spreads out. The tourists get taxed. People from Eagle River, well, Palmer, Wasilla, they get taxed when they come in here. But if you try to tax both of us, or both the sales tax and property tax, it's not going to fly. It is not going to fly. And it's been tried before. Did it fly? No. I mean, we want either or. Preferably a sales tax that's fair. That's what I got to think.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else wish to be heard? Welcome.
My name is Hannah Frost, F-R-O-S-T. I wasn't going to speak on this because I haven't done much research on it, but I did want to address that gentleman's comments about having lived in places with sales tax.
Can you pull the mic down, please?
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
I actually grew up in Big Lake and Wasilla, and I don't remember when the sales tax in Wasilla was passed, but I do want to speak to the benefits of the sales tax. Wasilla passed that sales tax. It was a 2.5% sales tax to fund, I believe, the sports complex in Wasilla, and I cannot speak enough how much that tax didn't impact me. It didn't impact my mother. It didn't impact anybody I knew. And it didn't impact us in our spending habits. What it did impact us in is our quality of life. That sports complex is used every single day by the people of the Valley. It's a wonderful place to go and hang out, to exercise, to watch a hockey game. My younger brother helps my mom coach Special Olympics snowshoeing, and they use it to practice when the AT&T Sports Complex is not available. Additionally, it has brought revenue in terms of they have like a wedding fair, and they have all sorts of things that go on. The sales tax also, I believe, was recently continued to pay for renovations to the library or to build a new library in Wasilla. And speaking as somebody who is standing in a library, I can't see that that's a bad thing. So I would support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Mr. Evans.
Could you get your microphone, sir?
Second.
Move to approve.
I thought you were going to postpone and continue the public hearing.
Why, have you closed?
No, I didn't. Was that the plan? Okay.
Is it a chicken and egg problem we're having? Which goes
We're having a chicken and egg problem, but that's all right. Things happen.
If I am the chicken in this case, I move to postpone action on this item until our meeting of January 24th.
Okay, so if you're not continuing the public hearing, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Evans, would you like to repeat that, please?
Yes, I would like to postpone action on this item until our meeting of January 24th.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Please vote to postpone. Mr. Starr.
What's the expectation of what's going to happen between now and the 24th?
Your guess is as good as mine. The reason I think I want to postpone it, I'm not sure. I know the administration is working diligently to get their proposal up to speed. I don't know that it will be ready by then. I'm a little concerned about pushing this off too far simply because I think there is some value still in having an option on the April ballot. I don't disagree with the concern that maybe a special election would be better, but I'm not ready to give that up yet because of the concern about what the state might do. I sort of like the defensive mechanism of possibly voting on this in April. So hopefully we'll have a little more information from the administration before the 24th, see if there's going to be a combination of these, or if not, we can just deal with them one at a time.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Certainly, Mr. Starr.
I saw a red line version that came out today, or at least showed up in my email. Mr. Falsey, I think you had summary work on that. Is that recent, or is that something, what did I read?
Through the chair, I'm not sure what you received in your email, but I suspect it was the red line version that we distributed at the last work session to continue advancing the conversation. As we mentioned in that work session, it was not a final product, but a preview of the direction that we are moving. We've already made some significant edits to that draft, which we hope to reveal to the Assembly in short order.
By the 24th?
We are working as diligently as we can. I think that would be our operative goal if we were moving towards the 24th.
Because you'll miss the opportunity for Mr. Evans then to pose his question to the voters if this continues too much farther. Is that a strategy, or what do you think there?
Through the chair, I think that there is already a rough consensus that the April ballot is probably not the right timeline for this to go to voters, but we could resolve to send it to the voters in a special election or even a future regular election very distant down the road before Mr. Evans leaves the body.
Yeah, I've listened to some of the points of contention on some of how that works, and if I may, the challenge that you have is it's a very complicated conversation when you start talking about the tax cap formula. And until we get an easy way of talking about that the voters perhaps understand and this body understands, Mr. Evans has nailed it from the ability to offset property taxes through the formula consensus that's already adopted in the sales tax, or the total taxes collected. So when you see the tax cap applied in Mr. Evans' statement, it's the same thing that you're going to have, is our ability to explain that certainty becomes the issue, whether there's a better approach to an election or not. But the assurances that it will offset property taxes are built into a very complicated formula. But I don't know how to explain it. You lose people in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and you can say, trust me. Well, whoever said I'm a politician, yeah, 10 years I've been doing this, trust me. Well, that's true because I know that formula. Trust me to research out that conversation. Trust me to hold the accountability that says what Mr. Evans says, which is take last year's taxes collected from sales tax and deduct it through the formula for property taxes. That's what it says. It's very simple. How do you explain that? How do you market it? How do you do whatever? My challenge with this is if you have competing conversations on how we're going to get there, we'll never get there. And then we have to debate, do we have a special election? Do we reduce the 50% rule to 60? I mean, it gets cluttered way fast. So I rambled, but slowly it's going to get out of my ability to even say anything about it because I'll be gone sometime in April. So I'm not really pleased to delay Mr. Evans's. I think if the goal was to offset property taxes with a sales tax and guarantee that it could happen, he's done it. So to delay it to the 24th, to clutter up the argument, the conversation, it's to us, Mr. Falsey, to deliver the message to our constituents through community council meetings and phone calls and all the myriad of emails. And if you can give me a way to say in 150 words or less what the tax cap calculation does under yours and what it does under Mr. Evans, and I'd be happy to defend it or promote it. But it's a conversation much like mine. It goes on and on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Falsey, I had to leave the work session a little bit early when you were presenting the administration's version. Was there a consensus by the Assembly members there that they were, during that meeting, that they wanted a special election?
Through the chair, I'm not sure we actually took a formal poll. That seemed to be my read of the tea leaves, but I won't swear that that should be taken to the bank.
Okay, because I want to be clear, unless there was a violation of the Open Meetings Act, there was no consensus because I wasn't asked, and I didn't see it in any formal process here of the Assembly. I personally think it's ridiculous when we have a ballot in April to spend $400,000 on a special election when we know, as Mr. Evans has said, the state is contemplating right now potentially, or there's been discussion at the state level of a potential statewide sales tax. And that being the case, if Anchorage doesn't have one or even contemplate one on the ballot, basically all that revenue, they're going to tax you anyway if it comes to fruition. And all that revenue, rather than staying here in Anchorage, goes out the window. So, Mr. Starr, I don't know if it's politically, they're intentionally waiting till you're gone. I'm not sure. But I'm ready to have this conversation. And I am not one. As our first testifier, our citizen testified, I know a lot of people that don't trust the government and frankly are concerned. When you talk to people, they'll support a sales tax in concept, as I do in concept. But again, I'm one of those ones that's skeptical, that believes if you have a sales tax, eventually they'll find a sneaky little way to get around it and you'll have a high property tax and a high sales tax. With that said, I'm ready to let the voters vote on this. So, the motion before us is not to debate the item. So I won't drift into that realm, Madam Chair, but I do want to have I do want to get to the point on the 24th to have the opportunity to debate something. Because I think we're ready to have that conversation, and I think Assembly members are going to be kicking themselves in the britches if we do nothing, and then the state comes in and swoops in with a sales tax, because all that money is just going to go to some gas line project or something.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple points on this, and I do support Mr. Evans's motion to postpone, and I think that actually I will also support a motion later to push this past the point where we can put it on the April ballot. And there's several reasons for that. First, I agree with Mr. Starr. This is a very complicated issue, and we got this fairly late in the process. And I think Mr. Evans has said that before. It just was a question of drafting, and it takes time. And had we got this a few months earlier, we could have had a more robust and detailed public debate, which we've been having with the administration and their sort of counter-proposal, which has a variety of, is similar but different in some ways. On the point of the state passing a sales tax, that basically punishes cities that don't already have a sales tax in place. Anchorage, of course, would be by far the largest cash cow if the state were to decide to do this. But it should be pointed out that Anchorage itself has many state representatives and state senators, a number of which are in positions of power, one of which is Kevin Meyer, for example, who I spoke to about this. And I asked him point blank if he would allow this to happen, and he said he would not support it, and he shouldn't. Any state representative or state senator that allows the state to punish Anchorage for not yet having a sales tax and is themselves elected by Anchorage should be unelected. So I hope that our state representatives and state senators will stand up for Anchorage in that fashion, or we hopefully will have some kind of say about that in 2018. So I guess that's the point I wanted to make. Those are the points I wanted to make, and I will support the motion to postpone. And I think we'll continue to have a very good conversation about this. The last point about the special election. That's what I was blanking on. Sorry. I agree that a special election, if things were, if there was nothing else involved, would probably be wasteful. However, it is the case that after June, we can likely do a vote-by-mail election. And there are some important reasons why we might want to do a vote-by-mail election before the mayoral election in 2018, so that we can test the machines we have, so that we can have sort of a trial run. At the same time, it would give, as to Mr. Starr's point, it would give people in their living room the opportunity to have this complicated proposal in front of them, or some version of it, and really think and talk about a sales tax. So I think there is intrinsic good in having a vote-by-mail election sometime after June, if it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Evans.
Thank you. I am afraid from ghosts. It doesn't mean anything. I just told my daughter I'd say that at some point during this meeting. Thanks for letting me do that. But I did, on a serious note, want to say that I think the reason for the postponement, to answer some of Mr. Starr's concerns, like the people that testified have indicated, this is a very heavy lift to get the people to vote for this. And I think, we've gone through this a number of times in the past without anything close to success. And I think the only chance we really have of changing that is if we do have a sort of a unified message where we're all agreed to pool and give this thing its best chance. So to that end, I do want to work with the administration and this proposal to see if we can come to that point where we can all say, on the 24th or whenever we decide to do it, that, yeah, we think this is a good idea. We're all on board with this. It's not necessarily a partisan issue. I think that's the only thing that's going to get us really a chance to get at the voters on this. So I'm willing to extend this as long as possible and still hopefully make the April ballot, but to get us on the same page as the administration. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm more than willing to support moving this to the 24th of January. We need a robust discussion on this. I get emails every day from people that are brick and mortar, that are worried about the internet taking everything from them. Why do you want a sales tax, which is going to hurt the brick and mortar people? I've got people in the business industry that do not want to become our tax agents. I know you've built a vehicle into here to reimburse them for it, but we need to have this thing fleshed out completely. And then we've got the big hole out there, which is the base. You cannot tax the base. So anybody that's got a family member can send them out there to buy. They're not supposed to, but they will. And we've got to figure out what the leakage is before we start counting our chickens before they're hatched, how much money we got coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair. I can deal with the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. The motion before us is to postpone action on AO 2016-159 until the meeting of January 24th. Please vote. That item will be postponed to the meeting of January 24th. We are now at agenda item 14C, AO 2016-162, an ordinance authorizing the use of automated traffic safety cameras for limited purposes. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Trainee and Ms. Gray Jackson, you have a lot of courage to bring this forward. But there's only so much air in the room, and I remember photo radar. Even though it worked after a fashion, it caused a tremendous amount of problems in Anchorage. I don't know how many of you remember it, but it just caused a tremendous amount of problems. We finally are getting the police force numbers up to what they should be, thanks to Mayor Berkowitz. But a lot of them have not gotten onto the streets yet. I would really encourage you to wait on this and see how another 40 or 60 police officers are going to affect the red light runners. And in the meantime, if everybody just does like I do, and when the light turns green, I count 1, 2, 3, and then I wait and make sure that nobody else is coming, and then I go, and I've never had a wreck. So, but that's kind of beside the point. I just think that this is something that maybe is a good idea, but it's going to cause such animosity in Anchorage that it takes all the air out of the room and we get nothing else accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Ralph. We were here for the other thing.
Yes.
Well, this is not designed to do anything other than stop the red light runners, because I get emails all the time from people that get hit and just sometimes they do what you do. They wait and go. And we don't have enough police officers to have one at every intersection. We could not even have a photo, one of these red light runner things at every intersection. But using technology, I think, will help us stop the amount of carnage we're seeing at red light runners. So that's the reason I'm bringing it forward. And this just gives us the ability, if we get the votes here, to send it to the public. Can we even do this? I don't want to waste a single dollar trying to chase this rabbit until the public agrees they want to have it. So that's why it's here.
And I would love to hear what the police think about it. And, and the whole community needs to have a conversation, and to just push this through on an April ballot is awfully quick.
Thank you. Mr. Steele?
Yes, thank you. I have seen an awful lot of red light runners where I've been sitting there and they come screaming through. It's just blatant. And some of it is winter. I get calls. I got 2 calls last week at Forest Park where people just come down that hill and they either think they can't stop or don't have to, and they just run through those lights. And I do know somebody who has been T-boned and spent time in the hospital and now has a nice scar to show for it. It's dangerous, and people don't have to fear that we're getting into massive radar enforcement. We're talking about red light runners.
Right, but still there's...
I know.
I don't think that most people will realize that the system's in place until they get the first ticket. And then if you get 500 people with tickets, they're going to be down here talking to you. And, and you remember the last time, or I don't know if you were here for the last time. But I was. I know Mr. Trainee was.
It's not going to be, my understanding is, it's not going to be the guy who had his front wheels 6 inches over the line. It's going to be folks that are blatant red light runners that are the dangerous folks. And we need to stop it. And I know you're right. We are trying to build up the department, but that's a ways away in terms of where we have a lot of officers to spend time on traffic enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bob Butera, and in 2014, at the intersection of Northern Lights and Latouche, I was a victim of a red light runner. I spent the past 3 years recovering from a significant concussion from that accident. I've since paid a lot of attention to red light runners, and as Mr. Steele said, it's blatant. It is totally blatant in this town and needs to be enforced. And I've talked to police officers who have attended our community council meeting and asked the question, why don't we enforce this? It's too low down on the priority. They don't have the manpower. I think Mr. Trainee has a great proposal here. I'd like to see it supported.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? You can come to the podium, ma'am.
Anyway, it's Diana again, Nelson. And I've been run into a few times at red lights and so forth, unfortunately. But what really concerns me is the amount of speeding that goes on the residential streets as well as the thoroughfares. And it seems to me that Alaskans are reluctant to abide by traffic laws because all you have to do is get on any highway, whether it's Seward Highway or Glen Highway, or even on your own little residential street, and see that I would say 60, 70, 80, it's going up, but a huge percentage of the time, people are not abiding by the speed limit. And of course, we live in an area where we have a lot of ice, and we need to slow down instead of speed up. But perhaps this additional, the number of police officers coming on board can do more to enforce that, because I think even bigger than the problem with running lights is speeding.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening again. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, E-E-2. Here's another one for the voters. We're going to vote that down. It's going to flame out. Now, this is why. I believe we've tried this before, too. It flamed out. Nobody wants to go through a red light, really. But they do. And they vote. And they get away with it because there's no enforcement. You want enforcement? There it is, the cops. They're the ones, that's their job to enforce it. If they don't do their job, hey, what are we to do? Now, if you all, here's how I handle this problem, because I've almost been hit by people running red lights, and I see it. I'm on the road. I see it every day. I see it every hour I'm on the road. You get a little camera, spend $40, get a little camera, put it on your windshield. You'll be able to see if the light's red or green, and you'll be able to see that amazing person and their flying machine go right through it. And that's how you solve the problem. Or you get cops to do their job and enforce the law, ticket them, find out where your main intersections are. Lake Otis and Tudor, 36th and Lake Otis, right around there. And just start watching them, And I bet you'll get more money in those two intersections than you could taxing us to death. Try it. You'll like it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Mr. Training.
Madam Chair, move to continue this item until the meeting of the 24th. We're going to have a work session on this with the Rules Committee between now and then.
Can I have a second, please? The motion before us is to continue the public hearing until the meeting. Mr. Starr.
Mr. Trainee, if you could provide some communities that are doing this and sort of real-time, happy comparison, even if it's just an email link.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. The motion before us is to postpone, to continue the public hearing until the meeting of January 24th. Please vote. Public hearing is continued until the meeting of January 24th. Next item on the agenda is 14D, AO 2016-157, rezoning of northeast 1/4 of southeast 1/4 of southwest 1/4 PTN Section 29 from R-1A District to R3 SL District, and to rezone the E1/2 of Lot 7, 8, and 9, Block 22, Pogas Subdivision from R1A.
Waive reading.
I want to finish this, thank you. District to B3SL. Public hearing is now open. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Gray, Assembly members. Thanks for being with this group tonight instead of listening to Obama's final farewell speech. I'm a private developer, and with me tonight I have Tom Dreyer with S4, David Greiner with Triad Engineering, as well as Brian Harton with White Raven Development, and Brandon Marcotte with Triad Development. I have a vision for property in South Anchorage, and they're smarter than me on the development side, so I've hired them. And my request tonight is to amend the zoning map to better utilize undeveloped and underutilized property off of Old Seward Highway. For those that have been in Anchorage for some time, you may actually know the property as the Alaska Laborers Trust Training Campus. It's located south of Huffman and to the west side of Old Seward Highway. Previously, the campus, actually for approximately 40 years, was used to teach vocational skills, construction to laborers. They also had a dormitory on the property. No kitchens, it was just a dormitory. And they housed out-of-town students. The main building has a cafeteria and classrooms and large meeting rooms. The property consists of 3 buildings on one lot, zoned to B3. There are several island pieces, we'll call them R1, with no access. And what we are requesting is 3 separate B3 parcels with 1 building on each parcel. Right now, we have 3 buildings on 1 B3 lot. In addition, to the south, we have a roughly 2-acre lot that is currently zoned R1, and we are requesting an R3 zoning to better utilize that property. Let's see. Prior use to the Alaska Laborers Trust, just so you know, that impact on the community at that time was actually, you may have known it as Country City, but it was a hotel and bar and a restaurant where they also housed a dance hall and boxing arena. And that was over the 40-year mark. I established an LLC called Recycled Properties of Alaska. Several developers looked at this property and wanted to tear it down and utilize the B3. It ended up not being cost effective. I named the project Recycled Properties of Alaska. In the past, I have about 25 years of experience of rehabbing properties. I saw the need for housing in Anchorage and wanted to rehab the property. Right now we have a 20-unit building that is turned into efficiencies, so we're going to add 20 units to housing inventory stock to the Anchorage market, where previously it was just a dormitory. We have a main building as well that's housing Remade, which recycles consumer products. And we also have a, is that my timer by chance?
It is.
Very good. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and stop. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
Was somebody else from your team going to speak to us?
With your permission, yes.
Public hearing is
doesn't need
open.
In fact, I
They're
think
open.
Tom Dreyer was actually going to hand some handouts out.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Public hearing is open, so please come to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is Tom Dreher, and I'm with the S4 Group, and I represent the petitioner tonight, Mr. Brian Broderick. And also with us, on top of the list that Brian mentioned, we have Mr. Randy Kinney, traffic engineer with Kinney and Associates, here with us, here to ask or to answer any questions you may have. The Community Council President gave me a list of things they'd like to discuss, and I'd like to respond to those issues that they brought up. One of the first ones was the density on Lot 4. The current R1A allowable units is about 10. The most probable development dwelling units would be about 6. Proposed R3, the allowable units would be 87, probable around 40 to 60 or so. The buildable area on Lot 4, even though the gross acreage on that is 2 acres, the buildable area is about 1.3 acres. Excuse me. Concerning traffic issues on Old Seward Highway, our traffic engineer, Mr. Randy Kinney, gave a presentation at the Assembly Community and Economic Development Committee on December 14th. Briefly, Old Seward Highway is classified as a Class 2 minor arterial that is designed to handle 10 to 20,000 average daily trips. And with this development, the ADTs would be about 10,800. So it's on the low end of the capacity of OSH. And the level of service would remain a C level, which is the normal average level of service on these. Additionally, Class 2 right-of-way required is 80 feet, and existing is 100 feet, so we have 20 extra feet there. They wanted to discuss setbacks standards. R1A setback standards are 20 feet in the front, 5 on the side, 10 in the rear. And R3 setbacks are 20 feet in the front, 10 on the side, and 20 in the rear. We are improving the traffic situation by realigning 2 of the existing driveway accesses so they align with the streets that are on the east side of the old Seward Highway. And these access points are in the approval process by the state DOT. Concerning the growth of the area in relation to the comp plan, there's hardly any vacant developable land in this entire area. To comply with policy number 3, that states that there's a desired increase by 6,000 units in the southwest zone. They brought up safety hazards for bikers and walkers and reducing the speed limit on Old Seward Highway. And of course, that's a global issue, not something that would be specific.
You're addressing concerns from the community, so can you wrap it up in 30 seconds, please? Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
There's been talk about a buffer zone along the southwest property line, and we're fine with the special limitation. We offered to increase it from the normal 15-foot buffer that be required to 20 feet. And we handed out view plane drawings to you that was requested at the committee meeting that shows the views from the adjoining houses through the landscape zone on to where future houses would be.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
The natural vegetation along that property line you talk about, is that established in mature trees, or will it stay vegetated? How do you guarantee that that view shed won't be, if you take down the trees, the home's going to look right at it?
Yes, if you took all the trees down, correct.
Yeah. And how does that vegetation buffer stay?
It is required by code, say that we have landscaping in there up to buffer standards, which is 15 feet, and it's defined by either the natural vegetation or by replaced vegetation. So say if you went in there and accidentally you cut some of the trees down, or a bulldozer went in the wrong direction, you'd have to replace them.
Right, yeah.
So that's protected forever.
Mr. Potter's in the room. He did that once at Tahotnu Commons, but that was a joke because it never really grew back.
Okay.
And the sign showed up the next day and it all was gone. But the way the special limitations work on your statement here, it's lot 7 and 8 only in the corner are getting the extra 20-foot special limitation.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The special limitation for the additional 20-foot of wide buffer says it'll be on the east one half of lots 7, 8, and 9. Is that?
No, it's on the southwestern lot 4.
That's why I'm confused, because it says it's along the west boundary of the east one half lots of 7, 8, and 9. So do you mind just coming over and showing me on this where the?
Yeah.
Because I want to get it right in the special limitation, so you don't have to come back.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah,
the clerk has asked me to ask you to repeat what just happened so that it's on the record.
That's fair enough. He indicated on the map, which is hard to know if this is not to criticize your work, but is this the north icon here, or what is that? Because if that's the north icon, this isn't going to work.
Yeah, well, no, it's kind of at an angle like that. It's the road.
Okay.
So here's the highway, and the buffer.
Okay, so the gentleman, my question was, where does the buffer occur in his mind? And he showed me that it's on the longest part of the map provided. So that's fair. That's the buffer that needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? You're done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last.
Yeah, my name is Steve Beardsley, Beardsley. I'm president of the Old Seward Ocean View Community Council, and Madam Clerk has the 7 points that we presented to Tom and his crew, as well as Brian. We did that, I think, this morning. I think they got that, and I tried to send it out to you folks, and hopefully you got it. We've met at least 4 of our community council meetings has had one of the subjects that we communicate with. This is our largest undeveloped area within our community council. Tom gave a good, and Brian both gave a good idea of what this property was and could be, and we really like that it hopefully is going to be developed in a right way. Our concerns, I think they've answered to our idea, a fairly good comprehensive plan. Our fear is to the south, that undeveloped area. We're thinking that we're not sure if it's going to be 53 or whatever number that the new developer, if Brian sells it to another developer, that there's the residents that border that area are somewhat protected. Instead of a 50 development, now they're looking at, or if they go from a 23 to a 50, you're looking at 100 more cars. That concerns our citizens that border that area. Also, I think they've answered most of the demands that we've asked for. The buffer area, we'd like to have a dedicated, in the arrangements, a dedicated snow plowing area. There is a buffer, there's a bluff area, and people are in, what's going to happen if they start pushing their snow. My son has a thing above his property that pushes snow, and he gets flooded all the time off of Campbell Lake, but that's a different area. The landscaping plan concerned quite a few of the people. The landscaping plan that goes along, there's a pathway on the Old Seward Highway. It concerned people for line of sight, as well as little trees grow up to be big trees, then you get a little line of sight issues for that. One concern that I did not put on through here, but it was low lighting level. We'd like to see a low lighting in through that area because there are no street lights on Old Seward Highway. And most of the developments around that area have virtually no street lights. So that concerns some of the citizens with that. As I said, both Tom and his crew, as well as Brian as his development, they've been very open with our community council, and I commend them for doing that. The concern is if they develop it on that south side, we're not sure what's going to happen. And we'd like to have some assurances that it's not going to be a huge development that these people are going to have to look at. With that, if you have any questions.
Thank you. There are no questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Or vice versa.
Mr. Whittleton.
Actually, sorry, I had a couple questions on this. I've been tracking this somewhat, and I wondered, I think 2 things. One is on, is there someone from the water utility who could speak on the water in this area? Say Brian or Brett? Or it might be something that Tom Dreyer could answer. Or is there someone, can I call someone up who may be involved?
Certainly, Mr. Whittleton.
Mr. Dreyer, is there someone in your team who could address that?
Madam Chairman, my name is David Grenier with Triad Engineering, and
turning this off. There's city water provided. The big issue here is not the lots that are staying B3. It's the southern lot that would be developed for residential and rezoned to R3. So is there adequate water from the water utility for multifamily development?
through the chair, Mr. Whittleton, yes, we have been in communication with AWW, and we have submitted water and sewer extension plans to that would address the lot 4, which is the lot to the south. And there is an existing water main in along the westerly boundary of the tract, and it will be extended into this lot 4.
Okay, who pays for that?
I'm sorry?
Who pays for that?
That is a requirement of the plat, so it would be the developer would bear that cost.
Okay, so if it were developed under R1's levels, which would be how many housing units could there be if it stayed under the current zoning?
In the range of 10 units.
Yeah. So if there were 10 homes there, would that be enough to pay for the cost of extending this trunk, the water main?
it'd be the same size a water line would be required. It would require an 8-inch line, which also provides fire protection. So it is an 8-inch extension. As far as cost analysis, typically you see a R1 type development requires the extension of water and sewer.
Okay. My concern there is I'd heard there was an issue with the water line. I want to make sure that if we did not allow multifamily, that this would be a stuck property that you simply couldn't develop because of the cost of bringing this water, but you don't believe that's the case.
Not in this case. You may be referring to the parcel that's to the south of this development. There's a parcel, one single family parcel to the south that would have to extend the line from Old Seward south to get its service.
And
But that's not part of this project.
Okay. Thank you. And could I have some more? And then
Certainly, Mr.
Mr.
Wilson.
Kenny, if you could. Question for you. Thank you. So a big issue again, the southern lot and the change to R3 is the big issue here. And there have been complaints with traffic. And I understand that the highway, once you're on it, can flow a lot more cars than use it now. But the complaint has been it's been hard to get onto the Old Seward Highway already. And if you add potentially 40 housing units, that could be 300 to 400 more trips per day. Is that correct?
My name is Randy Kinney. I'm with Kinney Engineering, and I'm working with S4 Group. I'm a traffic engineer. And Mr. Weddleton, our assumptions were that lower lot is going to produce, well, in total, we would see about 800 trips per day from those two parcels, the rezoned two parcels, based on what we would, just kind of forecast a generalized development to look like. That lower parcel, we assume to have about 40 units of apartments, and those apartments, basically we chose 40 units because that's about what the site would allow as an economic development when you consider setback and parking and other things, other types of development constraints. So we looked at 40 units. It may be more, but 40 units is about the number. That lower site, if I can look at my notes real quick, generates about 250 to 300, say, trips per day. And the upper B3 development generates about 500 or so. So in total, there are 800 trips per day coming out of that whole development. And more importantly, though, we look at peak hour operations, and during the peak hour, we're looking at about 85 trips or so per commuting peak hour, PM peak hour. That in and by itself, it doesn't add a great deal of traffic, maybe 5 to 10% more trips on a certain segment of the Old Seward Highway. So we haven't done an extensive traffic analysis of that, but just from a qualitative standpoint, that parcel and that development, the rezone, won't cause that much more of a traffic burden and cause a lot of congestion at some of the existing side streets than another development, or if it were to be developed under the existing zoning standards.
Okay, and I think that, so now before this development would go forward, does Title 21 require a site plan review? And does that include a traffic impact analysis?
Title 21 in the R3 it's a permitted use, actually. And then in our special limitation, we've agreed to up it a level to the administrative site plan review. That's where it goes through all the departments at the municipality.
Okay, and would that address the snow storage locations?
Yes, it does.
Does Title 21 allow you to put snow storage in the buffer with the
No.
limitation?
No.
You can't, okay. All right, thank you.
And we'd have to have a full drainage analysis done also, so you can't negatively affect any of the adjoining properties with any type of drainage or snow drainage, snow melt, say.
So the concerns of the community council would be dealt with and seem to be met through the site plan review?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr?
Who's ever representing, I guess the statement you just made is the one that I wanted to zero in on a little bit with the site plan review and approval. Administrative reviews tend to take a while, and they require you to jump through a lot of hoops. And you're okay with the special limitation that says you don't get the rezoning until the staff signs off on it?
No, we're just agreeing to that when it's developed, because it's not going to be developed right away. Who knows when it may be developed, probably within the next 5 years, but nobody knows. So it's that for a development plan that moves forward, it'd have to go through the planning department. If I'm reading it incorrectly, then we might need to.
Well, therein lies the issue, is that you're basically going to put to me, that switches it into speculative zoning if you're not going to build it right away or whatever, and then this legislative intent sort of gets lost with what our protection items were on that. So the special limitation about submitting a site plan to the planning department for review and approval would indicate to me that it would be something more urgent or more. If you don't get that approval for 5 years, then you're out there with a speculative zoning that's pending.
Well, I guess we might need to add just a couple words to it then, to submit a site plan review when, it'd be a special limitation on the zoning. So within the zoning, you have to submit an administrative site plan review when you develop.
I'd have to study it right now to see if that's what will happen to you in terms of how that plays out. I don't like tying the two together for this very reason. The site plan, the administrative site plan review, or the public hearing site plan reviews that occur as specified under Title 21 are just for that. That's what they discuss, is what's it going to be like. Move this over there, relocate the fire hydrant. All of that is more technical speak than the ability to change the allowable uses, or in this case, change the zoning. So I don't mind the intent. I just want you to know what I think you're getting into may not be as clear in 5 years as it is tonight, or 3 or 4. So that's all. And then I think you ought to work on your descriptions to make sure they're correct for the buffers. In Section 2, the buffers are descriptive to more of a lot and block description. And then in Section 4, the buffer talks about just 20 feet along a certain lot number, and then references a plat. That's a little bit confusing, partly because we don't see the plat if you're good with them, but that's why I brought up the directions. I don't see anywhere that it's along the west boundary of the east side of the lot on your Section 4. I see it more of a south buffer and a south and east buffer, but if you guys feel that that's a good language, I just don't like to have those fights where the community thought you were going to buffer something and your bulldozer driver said, oops. So, those are my concerns to you. The public hearing's closed, so I put those out there. I say it partly to be on the record so that if you have to listen to us later, what we think we've done and what you think we did sometimes don't jive. So,
yeah. Well, thanks for pointing that out. We didn't actually create this piece here, and that Section 4, Item 1 needs to be changed to the western boundary of Lot 4.
Yeah, I think it does need to be changed.
It does.
Yeah, but I'm just guessing. If you guys,
an amendment.
Thanks for discovering that.
I'm not sure that he's right either yet. So we're making sausage on the floor. I haven't said that in a year, but when we look at this stuff, it should be technically correct before we get it.
True.
And that's not to be critical. It's just it's hard for us to do it, and especially when you refer to
it's a simple
platting
change
up.
to make.
Pardon?
Yeah, it's a simple change we can make right now.
And the other question I have more for staff would be, why aren't we requesting a replat? Typically, we ask for replatting of the lots to sort of unify them. Do you know why you're not held to the restriction of a replat?
We already submitted a replat, and it's waiting on the approval of the rezoning before we can actually record it, because since there's existing split lot zoning, we can't record the plat until after the rezone.
Well, this brings back the chicken and the egg thing. I'll use that. You've got an issue because I don't think your zoning can be effectually changed until and I may be wrong, but it's the interpretation of going through the entire site plan review for approval before the Director of Planning can sign it off as rezoned. So your replat's going to be held up also, and that's not necessarily good. So, and I don't know that to be true.
Yeah.
I would want an interpretation of it, but it may not be a question for law. They don't get it.
I would like to have maybe get a reading from Terry or somebody, because
Okay.
the intent is that when it's to be developed, that's when the site plan is required.
Name Terry Schoenthal, manager of current planning. And in answer to that, the zoning becomes effective before site plan and before any site plan development ever takes place. So upon your approval tonight, basically the rezone becomes effectuated. That also effectuates the replat, because as was previously noted, without that we would end up with split zoning within this particular plat. So as this then moves forward, the petitioner, in this case, at such time as they go to do development, will be required to come to the municipality for a very thorough site plan approval.
I appreciate your sign off on it. The challenge I have is the replatting action. Then if the developer decides for some reason to not do it, then the exercise in the replatting and the community expectations is changed. So you negate the replatting requirement and you go back to the way it was before. Is that what your intention is?
I think that's clearly not the intention. The intention, if in fact the rezoning tonight were not to go forward, the platting would likely not go forward either. But the fact is that they really go hand in hand in this. Is that the replat and the rezone are very much corresponding pieces to the same puzzle, as it were.
That's true, except the anticipation of replatting together then makes it less available to separate it later if you change your development plans. So it becomes one unit with this in mind. That's the expectation. That's why you brought it to us, is this is what we're going to do. If you don't replat, then the idea that can be changed later is challenging for me, because the replat sort of overlays the entire zoning request, is all I'm getting at. It's not problematic until it doesn't happen. If it's speculative later on, then the assembly is going to come back and deal with it. And we just did one here. We changed assembly action that happened 9, 10, 11 years ago. It was not an easy thing to do.
I would only suggest that the platting action is totally advantageous to the petitioner.
Yeah, well, it's not in here as a requirement for the rezone, that's all. And sometimes there is no other requirement to replat unless we say so in relation to the rezoning. So that was my big emphasis. If you think it's far enough along and the replatting is an expectation and they're going to do it, all that's well. We're just not telling them to do it.
It's the only thing where it's waiting to record virtually.
Fair enough. Thank you for the answer.
Oh, wait, don't go yet.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton?
Mr. Schoenthal, I got a question for you. Just a comment too on the current plat. The current plan is bizarre for that location here, so it makes sense to everyone on the planet to change that. So I get a question on what Mr. Starr had noticed in section 4. Is this a correct lot description here? Are you familiar enough with this?
I'm going to quickly have to familiarize
And would it be
myself
good
with
to
that.
amend that this evening, knowing that we're correct?
Mr. Weddleton, you were reading my mind, so I think that needs to happen.
Yeah, I also, to look at section 4 on that, provide a 20-foot wide buffer on the west boundary of the east half of lots. It is in error.
So that looks like it's referring somewhat to the B3 areas and not to this. So if we call it lot, delete the east one half of lot 7, 8, and 9 and change it to lot 4, simply lot 4, is that correct?
Yeah, lot 4 of recycled property subdivision.
Oh,
It's
change
about
it
ready
from
to
POGA subdivision to recycled property subdivision? Are those numbers changed because of the new plat?
Yeah, the new plat, actually that lower half has a long legal description that
Well, you want to write that up real quick, and we'll make it an amendment tonight?
Yes. thank
Like
you.
right now?
Yes, yes, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombrowski's in the queue, so while they're writing that amendment, Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everybody's honing in right now on what I was going to hone in on. It seems like we have two options here. We can shift this later on into the agenda and have an appropriate legal description of where the buffer is, because that's a fundamental flaw in the document in front of us. Or we can postpone this item until next meeting. I don't care which, but we're kind of chasing our tail right here, and it's not an effective use of our time. So, Madam Chair, we're on 14D now. Let's see where we are. I'll move, as I just can't stand here watching everybody drive me crazy. Madam Chair, I'll move to postpone this item until we're at 14D. It probably won't take planning very long to draft this for us. I'm sure staff can help. What number is this?
Ms. Dombrowski, how about making a motion to postpone it until the amendment is ready, and then we can...
Amen to that. All right, that's exactly what I
moved. Is there a
moved.
second?
Second.
Thank you. Any objection? Seeing none, we're going to postpone this for a little while.
All right, Madam Chair, may I have a point of personal pleasure?
Certainly, Ms.
please?
Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's something I forgot to do earlier, and I was hoping to do that. I wanted to have items F11 and 12 introduced, but this is exactly what the Community Economic Development Committee should do, is look at land use codes and complicated matters to catch these errors. So we have a couple big items that are proposing changes to Title 21 or land use code. I think it's great they're introduced, but I think the Community Economic Development Committee should put them on the agenda before the next meeting, so we can vet them out if there's any tweaks that might need to be made or recommendations for the body, if that's okay.
It's certainly okay. I'm sure Mr. Weddleton, as chair, is taking note.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's
you're
right.
welcome.
I'm sorry. Now, F11, we'd already talked about. That is already going to be on the meeting.
And F12,
Thursday,
did you get that F12 too?
Which was 12.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think it's
We
good.
can bring them both.
Thank you very much. And whomever's working on this, I'm assuming it's going to be the department or legal, which is absent at this very moment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. We are now at Agenda Item 14E, AO 2016-158, the rezoning of approximately 2.94 acres from I-1 district to B3 district for tracks 1, 2, and 3 Southgate subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hello, sir.
Hello, my name is Brian Harton. I work for Hultquist Homes, and I'm the representing the owner for this rezone. And I've got Tom Dreyer with me, is the our representative in this matter as well, and Triad Engineering here for any technical questions. And this is essentially a cleanup of a zoning question on an office building that was constructed starting in 2014 and finished up in 2015. And the building was constructed, and I think 4 or 6 units had tenant improvements done into medical office facilities. 4 units were converted over to tenant improvements into new medical office facilities. And when the 2016 calendar year started, new Title 21 came into effect, and there was a discussion about whether or not medical office was allowed in an I-1 zoned parcel. And we had conflicting opinions between members of municipal staff and our surveyors, and multiple discussions took place between the administration, planning, our consultants, and it was determined the easiest and cleanest housekeeping measure was to rezone these tracts to B3, which allows medical office facilities. So the building's there, it's being used for medical office. This just simply changes the zoning to more encapsulate that use in lieu of the current I-1 zoning. And I'll yield the floor for any questions.
There are no questions, but thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
There is no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is, there is one person. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Yeah, okay, that item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14F, AO 2016-161, to change the regulations regarding modifying an approved marijuana special land use permit. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Peterson, Mr. Starr. Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14G, AR 2016-348, a resolution approving proposed non-rate tariff modifications by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Dombowski.
I'd like to reconsider the last item. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I have my numbers mixed up.
That's okay, Ms. Dombowski. Anyone wish to be heard? Did I close the public hearing? I got lost a minute ago. Okay. Public hearing, seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second? Second. Thank you. No one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14H, AR 2016-341, a resolution of the municipality appropriating for the 2016 State Homeland Security Program grant activities. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? We have a second. Thank you, Mr. Dombowski.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't believe I have a conflict, but anytime a fire department item comes up directly, I like to just disclose my husband's firefighter, but this is not directly related to his job at all.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. There is no one in the queue. Please, we had a first and second, correct? Thank you. Please vote. Mr. Starr? Okay. That item is approved. We are now on agenda item 14L. AR 2016-345, a resolution for the Ready to Read Resource Center grant. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? May I have a second? Thank you. No one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14J, AR 2016-347, a resolution reappropriating unspent inventory CIP project balances to fund other capital projects. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. We had a first and a second. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14K, AR 2017-19, a resolution approving a special land use permit for alcohol for beverage dispensary use and license number 806 for Dave & Buster's of Alaska, Inc., DBA Dave & Buster's. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
First and second, no one in the queue, please vote. That item, who didn't vote? Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14L, AR 2017-20.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to commencement of our deliberations on this issue, I did make a disclosure earlier in the meeting. There was no ruling. So prior to us proceeding, I would like a ruling one way or the other, please.
Thank
Would you like
you,
to
Mr.
repeat
Flynn.
my disclosure?
No, you don't have to. No, but Mr. Flynn, and if anybody wants to challenge the chair, that's fine, but the chair rules that you have a conflict at this point in time.
I challenge that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
It may be, the way I understand Mr. Flynn's description of his conflict was that he may be getting into the retail marketplace later.
No, we are.
You're not competing in the marketplace yet. These people are already in there. So I don't know that you may say that you have a conflict. You may have a conflict when you get in the retail business. You've got a long ways to go before you're going to get in retail business.
So even if you voted no because you wanted to compete with the retail business, I don't think you would. So it's hard to say that, I'm building on the other side of town. Do I conflict with all the other builders that might have competed with the same project? That's a stretch, Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Starr, Madam Chair, I don't really care how this body rules on this. I wanted to make sure I was being full and open in my disclosure. We have submitted our application for a retail facility. The logic of the assembly was that I should not participate in cultivation facilities while I had a pending application. We now have that in place. However the body rules is fine with me. If the body rules that I should participate in retail deliberations, the only request I would have is that you reorder the business of the day to put the cultivation facilities last, since I've already been conflicted out of those. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Anything else, Mr. Starr? Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe at this point Mr. Flynn has a conflict. And I think at least the rationale I recall from our initial review of this when he was talking about cultivation was that the big advantage and the big conflict was that as the industry was first being stood up, being first in line, being early in the queue could give you an advantage being the first open. I think we've approved a number of licenses in both retail and cultivation. So my view of it, if we get to vote, is that he no longer has a conflict in cultivation, and I don't believe he has a conflict in retail either.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak briefly in favor of the Chair's decision. I was part of the Ethics and Elections Committee meeting where we discussed this, and it originally came up with the compromise to declare conflict for Mr. Flynn in the case of cultivation, but not in retail. And I agree with Mr. Evans's logic to a point, but I think that we still are in the early stages of both cultivation and retail. And I know it seems like we've approved a lot of them, but measure that against how many liquor licenses there are in the city, for example. Now, it's true, I don't think there will ever be as many marijuana licenses as there are liquor licenses of the varying kinds, or there are many hundreds. But I still think we are sufficiently early in the process that there is a public perception of a conflict, whether or not Mr. Flynn would actually influence his vote at all. I don't think it would, but I think the public perception is sufficient, and Mr. Flynn only has several months remaining on the body that we might as well avoid this. Plus, I think he wants to go home early, so.
I object to that ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr?
Well, I don't disagree, perhaps, on some of the logic that he engaged in the conversation in similar business, but this would tend to send its precedent that somebody in the restaurant business couldn't approve a restaurant nearby, or some other, I'm trying to use a good analogy where if we start to drift down that because you have similar businesses, and I'm trying to come up with something creative and witty for the lawyers, but, Mr. Coffey was still up on the body, he'd probably come up with it. I think we're drifting down that sense of emphasizing sort of the perception of conflict. So, Madam Chair, if you're going to say that he has a conflict, could you clarify what part of our code that gives us the guidance to say that he's conflicted out on?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. No, I can't give you the section of the code, but I can tell you.
Perhaps not the section of the code, but we have the criteria at the front of our package.
Right. Well, what I will say is I appreciate Mr. Dunbar's comments, and he is on the Ethics Committee, and his comments reflect how I feel. And what's interesting is before Mr. Dunbar commented, I was about to say thank you very much for your comments. Was going to change my ruling. But after his comments, I realized that my ruling is probably correct, but I appreciate you bringing forward, challenging the chair. We're going to vote.
I guess if you could answer my question on the clarity, and it's not to put you on the spot, it's so that we have a record of that. We do the litmus test, if you will, of the criterion, if it's a public perception that you're ruling on, or the economic interest criterion. We've done that very successfully across the board.
Thank you.
So if the ruling of the chair is that he's conflicted out, why?
I appreciate that, Mr. Starr. I really do. And I'll get to you in a moment, Mr. Bosky. But I think public perception is more than anything else the reason why I ruled that he has a conflict. I really do. Thank you, Mr. Bosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I didn't do a good enough job when Mr. Flynn gave his thing. So AMC Section 1.15.035, Section E, Public Interest. An elected official shall place the public interest above any financial or private interest when taking official action. If the elected official's private relationships or interests prevent an elected official from placing the public interest above a financial or private interest, or will diminish the public trust, the elected official shall disclose this fact on the record, and participation may be excused by the elected body. I think that's the section Ms. Gray Jackson is relying upon.
But I'll challenge you, Ms. Dombowski. I haven't heard Mr. Flynn say that yet.
He doesn't have to. The elected body can say it's diminishing the public trust, or has a opportunity to.
Well, if you just made the accusation that he couldn't vote.
No, I didn't.
You mixed the two together.
Okay. Can I just finish my comments, and maybe it'll clarify.
Mr. Dombowski, please finish your comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when we go through this criteria, and maybe we didn't lay a good foundation, and that's what Mr. Starr is saying. So if I may go through the typical questions.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Flynn, is the financial or private interest held by you or a household member a substantial part of the matter particularly under consideration?
I have no interest in any of the matters under consideration tonight.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, would you say that another marijuana license, if you go on the past logic of the cultivation discussion, in which this is a new business, so some assembly members in the past have put a value on the competitive nature of being first, would you say you'll be voting on a matter that competitively could give one of your up-and-coming opponents an advantage? Or otherwise?
I don't consider them opponents. But if following the logic of the original ruling on, or I guess the subsequent ruling on cultivation, this is my share in the retail facility is consistent with that. And so that was the reason for my disclosure.
Okay. And is the interest in the competitive nature of this market something that is generally possessed by a large class of persons?
No, we're a pretty small group so far.
So, Madam Chair, I think I did not support the cultivation because I felt, just as Mr. Starr had said, are we going to, if somebody owns a liquor license or a bar, are we going to tell them they can't vote on any liquor licenses? Or if somebody has a construction industry, a building company, can they not vote on other matters like that? And I didn't find that persuasive. But the body has made a substantial ruling on that competitive nature. And it could give Mr. Flynn some sort of advantage if he were to vote no on all these other licenses. Now, it's not saying he would vote no, but that's the reason the body chose to exclude Mr. Flynn from the cultivation, because it is a brand new market, and his competitors in this market are getting an advantage because they're getting out ahead of him. And we know, because he has licenses in, that he is actively trying to get into this market. So therefore, when you're looking at the actual code, and I think if I'm understanding what you're relying on, I think you're relying on Section E, which says there could be a potential, could diminish the public interest or the public trust. And so that's the foundation, I believe, that was laid. So there you have it. So with this particular, I guess everybody's piping in and saying what they're going to do, so I'll just tell you. Though I didn't support the cultivation, I do believe the body needs to be consistent. If you're going to use that standard for cultivation and say Mr. Flynn can't participate in cultivation, I haven't seen anybody differentiate why retail would be any different. So I think we have to be consistent. I think that's more important to me than the persuasive argument that maybe I didn't buy into last time, but I will be voting to exclude Mr. Flynn specifically because I think consistency is important.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. I appreciate you having the availability of the code in front of you, because it's quite difficult for me to run the meeting and pull out a code. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I'll be supporting your decision in this matter. We need to be consistent. We ruled with cultivation specifically that he has a conflict. I agree with you that he's got a conflict on this, to be consistent. One thing we've seen out of Juneau is just complete lack of the public interest on every time they have an issue where there's a conflict of interest. I don't want this body to become the state legislature, ignoring what a conflict is when it's in front of you. So I support your ruling on that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the ruling of the chair has been challenged, we need to vote. I appreciate that.
Okay, so through the chair, here is what you will be voting on. The ruling of the chair that Mr. Flynn does have a conflict on retail marijuana slups and licenses. A yes vote supports the ruling of the chair that Mr. Flynn may not vote. And I'll put it up on the board for you.
And the chair doesn't get to vote. Please vote. Would you make that announcement since I'm the chair? Thank you.
The vote is 7-2, and 2 were recused, Mr. Flynn and Ms. Gray Jackson. And as a result, Mr. Flynn does have a conflict and may not vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Or
Mr. Flynn?
Doesn't have a conflict, but the Assembly has ruled you may not participate.
Okay, well then, thank you very much for the thoughtful deliberation on the issue. I'm sorry I can't join.
Madam Chair?
Have a good night.
Mr. Evans?
Before we excuse Mr. Flynn, is the rezone
I
ready to go?
appreciate you bringing that up.
That is ready, Madam Chair.
Mr. Weddleton?
They are ready to go back.
Oh, okay, perfect. So, well, we still have 14L on the table, and we'll postpone voting on 14A until we continue dealing with 14D. How's that? Okay, Mr. Weddleton, we're at 14D.
Okay, I just want to clarify now, did we have motion to support and second yet on this one? And we were in discussion.
I believe we did.
We need the amendment. Okay.
I just want to clarify, the wording that is before us is correct, actually.
On 14D?
Oh, it is correct.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so I believe we had a first and second, then if we don't need to make any amendments, we just need to vote.
Okay.
So can we have some clarity for the record?
14D.
Okay, so we're on item 14D.
14D, and
the
there was a
rezone.
first
Okay.
and a second with no amendments, so we're just going to vote. Please vote. We're voting on item 14D, AO 2016-157. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now back to agenda item 14L. Public hearing was closed. We had lots of discussion. And Mr. Flynn is going home. Mr. Flynn, have a good evening. There is no one in the...
Red light.
Mr. Bosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the Community and Economic Development Committee, we do have one slight amendment to this. I move to amend Section 3, page 2. It'll be under number 6.
Mr. Bosky, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the clerk reminded me that we didn't get to open the public hearing yet on it.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Okay, I will wait. There's an amendment coming.
I forgot.
That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 14L, AR 2017-20, marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M10864 DBA as Alaska Fuzzy Buds. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing seen none. Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Bosky.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Bosky.
Madam Chair, I move to amend Section 3, page 2, item 6. And the amendment will read, after the word appointment, the item will read, for a minimum of 5 hours per day between, and it will take out the word from.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Can we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this, what this amendment does, it'll revise the condition to allow more flexibility for hours of operation. The applicant is fully supportive, and this was a negotiated condition between staff, the Community and Economic Development Committee, and the applicant, who was supportive of the condition.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. There is no one in the queue. We are voting on the amendment. Please vote. That amendment is approved. We are now at the main motion, AR 2017-20. There is no one in the queue. Please vote on the main motion as amended. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14M, AR 2017-21, approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10161 DBA as The Frost Frontier, LLC. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
I'd like
Mr.
to add-
Mr. Weddleton,
I've got an amendment that you should have in front of you.
the green sheets.
This is to amend Section 3, Page 3, to clarify the size of the licensed premises, which had multiple sizes in the packet. So we would add a new condition, number 14, in Section 3, that says, number 14, the licensed premises area is 3,490 square feet.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. There is no one in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. That amendment is approved. We are now at the main motion, AR 2017-21. There is no one in the queue. Please vote on the main motion as amended. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14N, AR 2017-22, a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M10162, DBA as The Frost Farms. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There is,
I've got an amendment.
thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry, this is amendment you have in front of you, and this, similar to the previous one, this is to clarify the size of the licensed premises, so we'll add a new condition, number 14, in Section 3, as follows. Number 14, the licensed premises area is 1,945 square feet.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. There is no one in the queue. We have voted on the proposed amendment. Please vote. Who hasn't voted? Oh, me. That item is approved. That amendment is approved. We are now at the main motion as amended. No one in the queue, please vote. I think there's one person that was missing. Okay, great. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14O, AR 2017-23, a marijuana license with special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10303, DBA as BAM, Alaska. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Hello, welcome. Please state your name and spell your last.
Hi, good evening. My name is Suyan Yi, one of the owners and administrator of Crystal Child Development Center.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you pull your microphone down so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm one of the owners and administrator of Crystal Child Development Center. Crystal Child Development Center has operated and provided an important and effective child care service in the community for over 14 years on 3020 Minnesota Drive, Suite 9, behind City Diner Restaurant at Benson in Minnesota. We are currently licensed for 207 children. We purchased a lot on 1515 West 33rd a year ago to build a new child care facility and relocate the current child care center to a new building to provide a healthier and safer environment for children. We are in the process of getting building permit right now, and I understand it is near fully permitted. We're planning to finish construction in 2017. We have already invested over $1 million on purchasing the lot for this specific purpose and getting ready for a new construction. I understand that the planned marijuana operation will be right across the street from our new construction site, and we, owners, teachers, and parents are all concerned how this will impact our current child care facility and new child care facility in terms of getting new child care license as well as child care operation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Weddleton.
Hi, I'm over here. I'm sorry, did I catch your name?
Suyan Yi. Suyan Yi.
Okay. Thank you. So you have an operation, you're building a new one that is on the west side of Minnesota, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And are you in that strip mall?
Yes, we are currently in the strip mall.
That's where you currently are?
Yeah.
And then you're building a building where?
We're building on 1515 West 33rd. that's right behind, across, I mean, you know, the Mariana business is on 32nd in Minnesota, and our building is going to be on 33rd, right across behind the little coffee shop, right?
Okay,
now.
so your new building will also be on the east side of Minnesota then? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
You'll be on the same side of
Right,
Minnesota
same side,
this
yes.
operation?
Mm-hmm.
And how far will you be?
I don't know exactly, but it's closer than the park. So park was within 500 feet, I think. So, I mean, you know, I'm guessing it's going to be closer.
So I'm sorry, can I?
Certainly, Mr. Relton.
So when you say closer than the park, do you mean the park across
Across
the street?
the street, yes. Since it's on the same side.
Yeah, that gets us into this big complicated thing on how we measure distance.
Yeah. I can show you, I mean, you know, this is the map that they presented, but I can show you where it is.
I think I have an idea there. So it's an interesting point. And then we had a comment from a Getz Tesmer. Is that someone connected with your operation? Because it kind of regards your operation here. Is that a Tesmer? Oh, Tesmer Getz. Is that what it is?
Not that I know.
Because they made a similar point that a daycare is being constructed nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Can you show me where, so it's on 33rd on the east side. I thought she said it was on 33rd. Oh, this is 33rd. Okay.
If I could just I'll let the body know what we're looking at.
I appreciate that.
So if you look at your map, it's on our packet, page 1172. You can see the marijuana facility is in the checkered outline. And then you see the road right abutting them to the south, which is West 32nd. It's directly diagonal to the 5 o'clock of the facility, right on West 32nd, on the bottom portion. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, that helps. And is your main concern the impact that the marijuana facility will have on your operation, or that because it's so close, you might not get licensed to do it?
Actually, both.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Timboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once we close public testimony, I'll ask Erica to come up to vet this issue.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening, Jana Weltzine, on the legal counsel for the applicant. This issue actually did come up on our September 7th community council meeting, where we presented the community council, and the couple that was just here, I had a discussion with them because they mentioned that they were planning these building plans, and the main concern that was brought to me was that she was concerned that we would stop her from constructing this building, which is not true, and I, assured her of that and asked her to ask the city. On October 7th is when this couple pulled their demolition permits. That's a month after we had our community council meeting. So that's a month after the community council already agreed to engage in the memorandum of understanding. And then on October 7th, we actually raised the issue to the planning department and had several email exchanges about this issue. So staff is aware of their plans, but at that time, I still don't think they pulled a building permit. I tried to search and haven't found one, just the demolition permit that was pulled a month after our community council hearing. So, we have been to the community council. My clients have been to the community council every month except for October. And they haven't heard any other concerns. I gave this couple my card, asked them to contact me with any concerns, asked them to come to me. I haven't heard anything until today. We had our economic development meeting. Obviously, there was no input from this business at that point. The existing childcare that they own is half a mile walking distance away from the facility. Based on my Google earthing it just now. So I don't see how that's an issue. We do know that this lot that they're procuring, before they tore down the building, my clients were kicking drug users out of their current facility, and actually those drug users would often go over to that building that they demoed, and we tried to kick them out of there too, but we didn't go too far. So I mean, the joint effort has made the neighborhood so much better, and honestly, it's kind of the nth hour. The state regulations say it has to be in use. The school, the daycare, the protected use has to be in use for us to be kicked out of our spot. And with all the public comment period, with all the testimony at the Economic Development Committee, I mean, I just don't know why we're hearing of it just now. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Croft.
Did you really say the joint effort is improving the neighborhood?
I feel like that's a joint effort. Oh, I get it now.
I guess I had, the question was really for the owners of the daycare facility. What ages are we talking about? What ages are the children that you're serving?
We are serving 8 weeks through 12 years.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dombrowski?
I'll just be in the queue for as soon as we're done public testimony, because I think we can deal with this issue as soon as.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to hear from Erica in terms of this,
That'll be during, once I close the public hearing, Mr. Steele.
Well, the question is, I don't want to take action on anything until I know what the impacts are.
Right. Well, I'm going to continue the public hearing, and when it's closed, then we'll have some debate. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
I'm a little confused. Is the Assembly considering denying a license based on...
Can you talk in the mic, please? Yeah, and can you state your name, please? And spell
My name is Jack Tobin. I live over on 11th.
Thank you.
I'm just confused. Is the Assembly considering denying a license based on a business that doesn't actually exist yet?
Excuse me, we haven't considered anything because the public hearing is still open.
Okay.
Once it's closed,
Good.
then there's going to be debate. But thank
that
you.
is the question at hand, though.
Why don't you have a seat and watch what happens? Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V as in Victory, E-E-2. As far as I can see, there was already drug usage in this area. And these permits go to these shops that are trying to get drugs off the street because it's in a controlled environment. Unlike the dealer who's on the street doing drugs, selling drugs, promoting drugs. In my best judgment, I got to be for the business right there. I'd promote it. I would back it. I'd give them their license because it's better to have a controlled environment than an out-of-control environment. Hey, just because these kids are in the school that Ms. Yucky has, how's that going to curb the drug usage there compared to an organized business that competes against the dealer? You see? Well, probably you don't see what I'm saying, but I'm saying that they're trying to pull drugs off the street, it seems, and Mrs. Yucky's business seems like it's promoting drugs because it's already in a drug-infested area, according to the reports I'm hearing. Just makes sense. Give them their permit. Take the crime out of that area. Try to, at least. My name's Ed Larrivee. That's mine.
Thank you, Mr. Larrivee. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hello. You all know me. I'm Justin Rowland. I have 2 licensed facilities currently, and I was here tonight just on a perspective basis, but I would kind of think the letter of the law kind of plays at this. As much as I've been through to get to where these guys are, if she can't tell you a building permit number right now, I don't even think they have a building permit. To me, this is kind of, just look at the letter of law here. And another thing, I drive by where their location is. They have really improved the area and the look of that location. It looks really nice. But anyway, that's all I had. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Whitney Branshaw here. I'm just going to testify in support of this as well. From the work that I've done within the Kansas community here, the area has been improved, and the neighbors are, in fact, enthusiastic about them being around. It faces Minnesota Drive. You can see it easily. And I'm also going to piggyback on everybody else that's hopped up here. If there's no building permit, I don't really know what we're debating right now.
Could you do me a favor, spell your last name for convenience to the clerk?
It's Branshaw, B-R-A-N-S-H-A-W.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, what is the wish of the body? Public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
We did look at this very closely, as we did with all the others at the Community and Economic Development Committee. And we did find, if you looked through the large packet, that there is a huge number of criminal complaints for activities on this property and on an adjacent property. And with the changes that we're seeing, I expect those to be less. And in fact, neighbors have said in their time working on this property, the problem with needles and so on has gone down substantially. So while there are fears that this draws crime, I think we're seeing in this case that it probably is an improvement in the neighborhood substantially. So we did, in the committee, vote to approve this. However, we weren't aware of this issue. Though I would say we have been generally going on, first come, first serve thing, and they are in there ready to go active. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Erica McConnell. I just wanted to talk to you tonight. Make it worth your while. Erica, when we're talking about, I think it would be helpful to remind Assembly members who are considering this, the determination for daycare facilities or protected land uses, and how we, if a marijuana establishment is established, it won't preclude those protected land uses from moving in after the fact. Can you just talk to that and this particular situation a little?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombowski, sure. It is entirely true that a protected land use can have an impact on a marijuana facility, but a marijuana facility has no impact on a protected land use moving closer to an existing marijuana facility than the buffer. If a protected land use does move into that buffer zone after a marijuana facility is established and the marijuana facility loses its license, it would not be able to be reestablished in that location. But this would in no way have an impact on the development of a protected land use. We do evaluate the protected land uses at the time of application, once a complete application is submitted, and the staff was aware of the intent of the Crystal Child Care, but they have had not submitted a building permit. And the last time I looked, which was just a couple days ago, due to an inquiry regarding this, all I saw was that they had a demolition permit and a platting action, but there has been no building permit to my knowledge.
Okay, and I don't know if you can answer this or if Mr. Falsley will need to answer this, but at what point does the protected land use trigger? Would it be at the point you have an operational business and a business license at that facility, or is it the intent to have a facility? Because I would assume it would be the operational business, but again, I'm not a lawyer.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Falsey.
Lucky me. Again, I mean, good that you're answering. Good, I said lucky me that I'm not a lawyer. Sorry.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dombowski, this issue is not crystal clear within the code, but the way that we have undertaken to interpret it is to say that for protected land uses that require some kind of entitlement from the planning department, a conditional use or a site plan review, we are viewing the establishment of those uses as when those applications have been approved, submitted and approved. Is that submitted, rather? And that reflects the fact that these businesses are not really real until they have at least gone to that stage in that process.
So even taking that, because I think that would be less of a, I would expect an actual functioning business, something that's open and there's a building there. So you're even more onerous, I think, which would benefit a property owner in this case. But They haven't even gotten to that point yet. It's my understanding. Is that correct?
It is my understanding at the time of the application of the marijuana business, they had not, and it may still be true, and I'll defer to Ms. McConnell on the most current status.
Or like she said, there's just a demolition permit, so.
Through the chair, Mr. Dombrowski, no planning entitlement is required for this use, so they do not need a conditional use. They are a permitted use in that district. So basically, the only entitlement that we have to go on is a building permit.
And that has not been yet granted.
As of a couple days ago, it had not, but again, we look at it at the time of a complete marijuana application, and it was not at that time.
Sure. Thank you, Erica. So I'm just going to kind of give my 2 cents here because I think what we're looking at here, this particular location, if I recall, you guys were the ones about 565 feet from a school, right? I did that off my head, atop my head too. We had a lengthy discussion with this particular applicant, and we talked about federal law. We talked about the potential new attorney general. We talked about how the Safe Schools Act, or whatever it's called, may be interpreted by a new presidential administration. And this landowner is going into it with their eyes wide open, knowing that the federal government may impose that 1,000-foot buffer, which is half of which is in Anchorage. So this location is definitely one that the owners and the applicants have thought about. They've discussed it. They know what they're getting into. They know if the federal government comes in and says, 565 feet is too close to a school, that they might be shut down for that. And it could very well happen, too, if they come back and say, guess what, you're next to a daycare facility now. Now, from a municipal standpoint, that's why we just had this conversation. I see no prohibitive law or statute or code that would prohibit this licensee from getting this license at this time. And the reason is nobody has demonstrated to us there's actually a daycare facility there. It's not there. So we can't make a determination. I think the determination would be arbitrary at this point, and it'd be speculative if we were to deny the licensee based on something that somebody might build. I mean, that's just the reality. We don't have it there. We have a demolition permit with some other building there. But the one thing I want to emphasize that Mr. Weddleton said, for those assembly members who might represent this district, Jana's office is right next to it. And she had a personal testimonial as to when these new owners came in and started displacing the already problem childs that were in this area as far as drug usage and stuff. The neighbors around the area are actually thrilled because they've seen their quality of life and problems and criminal activity decrease, actually, because of the increased security and the improvements to the property. Therefore, based on that, I see no reason. I think the recommendation from the Community Economic Development Committee is still sound, even in light of what we know. But just to give the property owners that are thinking about building a daycare facility there some comfort, even if they have a marijuana shop here, you can still have your child care facility there. There's no law that will prevent that. So you won't be barred from having it there. You just go into it knowing that it's there. But I do believe, after talking to the applicants, that they're going to be responsible owners, and I think you're going to see security in the area actually improve. And like I said, my biggest concern with this application is this is probably the closest one we've seen, well within that 1,000-foot buffer that the feds have previously said that's kind of what they wanted. So again, it's a risk that I think the applicant is taking on with all knowledge and understanding, and it's their burden to take. So I will vote to approve this, and I don't think there's any additional amendments or need for amendments at this time from this body.
Thank you, Mr. Losky. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, Ms. Yuck, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I want you to feel free to come back. These come up for renewals. I think you can see that there is the votes here, and I'll support this applicant coming in, but that doesn't, and we have some evidence that they're going to be good neighbors, have already been good neighbors. We hope that that is the case. So these things are an ongoing process. We're in a very new world here that we're trying to figure out. So the fact that I think there's going to be a vote to approve it tonight. Doesn't mean you shouldn't feel free to come back and say either that there haven't been problems or hear of the problems, or indeed work with them about any problems that you're finding. It seems like so far they've actually helped improve the area. And, of course, no minors are allowed in those facilities. So a daycare facility that is 12 and under, while I can understand why that proximity might be worrisome to you, there shouldn't hardly be any interaction at all. Anyway, I wanted, it's my area on the west side of town. There's a number coming in very close to my house. I understand your concerns. And just feel free to, as this comes up again, as I said, work with the business and come back to us. But I'll support it for the time being.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I don't have the meat of the matter. I appreciate the committee's work again on all this. Did Madam Chair, maybe you can answer this. Did we approve the policy change on the reduction in paperwork? I know we talked about it, but in these last items, we've had a trend, and I don't criticize it. I think it's appropriate to pull back the packet information that we see, but that level of policy change, I think we should probably put some sort of directive in writing and vote on. I mean, my challenge is my last-minute review of the packet, I wasn't near a computer. So when you send me to a website to say you can go get all the other stuff you need to see, and then when we reference that information that's not available in the public hearing, where, for example, Mr. Weddleton said, the criminal violations at the site or some other reference, obviously that's online. And so I'm challenged a little bit by some of us more traditionalists that if we're going to go to that, we ought to probably do something that allows either committee summary or some other statement that this is what they're going to talk about. Because until we know tonight, I don't know what the committee, unless I go to the committee meetings, I don't know what the committee said. For or against or not. So the public debate's sort of still pure when it gets here. So it's just more of an observation because these last 4 or 5 packets are different information than I'm looking for. I had to dig deep in there to find out no public comments were tendered on this one except one, which snuck in somehow late on the table. So I want to talk to you perhaps a little bit offline, but I wanted to put that on the record that the information is now being reduced as to what we see in our packets. Right now, appropriately so, but I still think we might find challenges in the future on what we review.
I'm going to respond. I really appreciate your comments. And the clerk's office sent me a proposal how to deal with this, and I thought it was really, really good. And then the process was sent out to everybody, which I'm sure you saw. But we can talk offline in terms of a better way to handle it based on each individual assembly member's preference. Okay.
Well, let me give you this. Where would the public comments appear? Right now, the staff packet says the clerk's office reviewed them all. We found them not pertinent or not important or not whatever. Therefore, we feel the staff packet should still go. But what happens if there was 15 or 20 comments from the neighbors? Where would they appear?
There, our equipment here.
Yeah.
Okay. There is also link right from here to everything. I'm not sure if the comments, actually, if there are any additional comments that happen late, we always get an AIM with additional comments that's handed to us too. But Mr. Starr, we'll talk about it more offline, but thank you very much. Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned just when I heard this. But it goes back to an issue that I've been concerned about on this whole process. When we approve something in a strip mall, what happens if somebody moves in next door? And I think everybody's absolutely right, and I agree with it. First in, you can't go back and you can't punish them because somebody else wanted to do something. This particular location is a bit marginal from my estimation anyway, in that it's just barely over 500 feet to the school. And there's a park. It does not have kids' play equipment, and so it doesn't count. That's within that. And now the daycare is going to be closer than the 500 feet. But in my estimation, these folks have proven that they're going to be good neighbors. They were in first. The recommendation, I believe, from the committee was to approve, and there were comments from the neighbors about how much they have helped the neighborhood. So I don't see any option other than to recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on the motion. Mr. Starr, thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14P, AR 2017-24, a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M103302, DBA House of Green. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all?
Jana Waldzine for the applicant. The one thing, because this is a retail, and I know that there will be concerns of maybe children seeing the sign, we would be more than happy to do like an extra meeting with the Economic Development Committee when we design the sign and invite the daycare owners for their input to make sure that the sign's not offensive.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. Wait a minute. Did I close the public hearing? No. Sorry about that. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else wish to be heard? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I think a little bit based on Mr. Starr's comments, I should talk about the Community Economic Development reviewing these. And as with all the other ones, we did review all of them. We moved them all with approval. You saw amendments that we came up with during the meetings. Ms. Demboski made one on some hours. And this is one that we did review, and we did, as a committee, approve it, or recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Please spell your name for the record.
Good evening. Ronald Leva, ALLEVA. At the last meeting, you extended the meeting. Mr. Trini upped the ordinance on historic properties, but you didn't extend the meeting long enough for everyone to testify. So I missed it tonight when you put it first on your agenda. And if Mr. Potter back there's public participation, whether it be the clock or cutting off public participation because you adjourn, you're not going to get good quality input from the general public. And many times, of course, you don't want to be confused with facts when your minds are already made up. But it's still important in the democratic process to hear from the general public. On historical properties, I want to let you know that a little history here. I purchased my lot on the east one half of Lot 8, the original town site, from the grandniece of Oscar Anderson. The building got condemned. I started to tear off the outside. It turns out to be the original log cabin. Fred Selcraig continued the condemnation. I had to knock it down, trying to preserve it or move it as a historical property. The irony of this is when everyone got excited about keeping old houses, they put them in rows at the jail site, but they didn't have any money to move them anywhere. But I got a call from an assemblyman who wanted to put one of these houses on my original town site that I just knocked down the original cabin on. It was insane. The point is, if you don't have the money to do this, take a picture, put it in a book, and let it go. The 4th Avenue Theater is a historical site, as was the Club 25, but they were able to move the Club 25, and you can move the 4th Avenue Theater and rebuild it. Just bid with the demo man to buy it. But be careful with tax credits, and then, hey, remember bond issues. And I miss Under the Arrow at 5th and Barrel. Where did that sign go? That's number one. Number two, shame on all of you for the lack of transparency in giving that $75,000 to the homeless situation. And you took all that money from that profit-making Providence Hospital. CEO makes over $1 million, and you don't tax them, and you thought that was so generous. I got to sum up real quick here. You can put a bond issue on a ballot for my property, and I'm sure they'll buy it. Darn it.
Thank you very much.
Could someone ask me one question, because it involves safety? Mr. Steele.
You don't get the call on assembly members.
Oh, I did. He's going to ask it.
Mr. Steele's not in the queue, but now he is. Mr. Steele.
Did you have
Yes,
a
I
short
did,
statement?
because it involves 1,500 hours of detective work. They broke the Grand Theft Auto Club thieves. They requested a bail reductions, and believe it or not, my request is make sure after wasting, if not wasting, 1,500 hours of detective work, the individuals who shot at policemen, no one will be safe when someone's shooting at policemen, that we have to have support not to reduce that bail, not to have a third party custodian. These were bad apples, they did bad things, and if they get out on a reduced bail, hey, I think it puts the city at risk, not only police officers, but all of us. So I want to make you aware of that, and it's very uncomfortable appearing before a judge when he asks you, what's your name? And then I say, Aleva. It's Italian descent, so I fear nothing. But I do, because they retaliate, and that's scary. So I ask for your support to keep them in jail.
Thank you.
Much as
Mr.
possible.
Starr has a question. Or comment.
Oh, Mr. Starr.
You're aware, and I can ask you a question, but you can't ask me a question.
Yes, I can. I just
You
more
are
forceful.
aware, you're aware that we're restricted by our charter 11 o'clock close unless we're time certain. So you beat us up because we sort of cut off.
Well, I'm going to beat you up outside.
Yeah, I know you.
Your
you
cars
have
aren't
time.
there. You will have to call a
Right.
taxi.
You know our public meetings are required to close at 11 o'clock unless they're time certain to some other time. You know that, right?
I do know that, but I watched it be extended. And the night Mr. Potter was here for public testimony, there was only 3 people to testify, and you adjourned. I mean,
He
this
can take
is
that up
insane.
with us. You don't have to fight his battles.
Oh, okay, well, your cars have all been towed, so you have to call a taxi.
And it's only in the spirit of sort of fun, but the other ruling that we used to have is that people that come to the microphone at the end, did we say they can talk about anything, or did we say if it was on the previous agenda that they are not allowed to?
I think after having conversations with our attorney that they can talk about whatever they want.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a second bite of the apple for us. You can beat us up on that, and if you want to stay till the end, but we might cut you off at 11.
Thank you.
It's only
Mr.
9.
And Mr. Leva,
Good night, thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Leva,
Starr.
I just have a comment to make,
Sure.
okay? If we want to go past 11, it takes 8 votes to have that happen. And if there aren't 8 votes, then we have to adjourn. But I just wanted to tell you that.
Oh, sure. And I thank you for the clock. Get a bigger clock. That's real important because it's hard when you cut them off. They makes you look bad, and you never look bad to me.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Wow. To try and end the meeting on a happy note, I would really like to say thank you to Mr. Weddleton, who came to the Solstice Skate Party at Cuddy Family Midtown Park, to the 6th regulation-sized speed skating oval in the United States. We had approximately 600 people in attendance. Everybody had a great time. It's getting bigger and bigger every year, and I would like to hand out a Anchorage Skates 2017 collector pin to each of the assembly members. So thank you very much. Hope more people will show up next December 21st.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Potter, while I got you here, how much money did Anchorage Skates give the assembly? You came to us, you give us a check. How much did you give us last year to maintain the ice rink?
$10,000, and we've done that 7 times.
Right. Thank you for that. That's a nice facility.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd just like to note for the occasion, I got to thank you for Mr. Potter, and I voted in accordance with Mr. Larrabee. One night.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Anything else, Mr. Potter? Thank you so much for the pens and for what you do for our community. May I have a motion to adjourn? And a second, please. Was there? I'm sorry, we didn't adjourn yet, so Mr. Larrabee, please come to the podium.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was starting to feel like an orphan. My name's Ed Larrabee, L-A-R-R-I-V is the victory, E-E-2. We need to step up more police patrol around the Lake Otis, Tudor area. Tonight, there was 2 guys in their 20s coming up to my door when I wasn't home and rattling doorknob. Hey, my neighbors, the ones that I tell you about that are armed, they went over and talked to them. And they were saying, oh, well, we're looking for this number C. There's no C. There's A and there's B in the condos. So we really need to be aware that people are starting to break into condos, houses, and if the cops can't handle it, the vigilantes will. And just like tonight, they came right up to them and they said, can we help you? And, plain view, they're armed. And then the guy says, oh, well, we're looking for C. Well, there's no C in that area. And then they start giving different stories, trying to cover up their tracks. And by the way, it was a green car. I don't know what type, but my friends said it was a green car. They jumped back in their cars and zipped out. But they're in that area. And if it happens in my area, it's going to happen in you all's area. So we need to enforce or emphasize to the chief of police that this is happening now. It's not, down the road, it's happening now. These people are breaking into houses. They're checking it all out. And we need more enforcement there. And hey, I hope you all have a great night. Be safe.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Madam Chair.
And a second? Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk at 9:07.